Oh, this is what at Costco.
Those are good places. Lots of people.
Yeah, and they keep moving.
Yeah.
So I have to draw fast. So yes.
Yeah. Yeah, these are good. Again, get into this interior.
Yeah.
But not bad. Like this one here, that's starting to feel a little more natural. All right. Now, if we loosened up some of this, you know, these edges and things, it'd get a lot more natural. This is starting to feel more natural.
I see.
And I'd argue this skill set, and I might have said this before, one of the reasons I started pushing this class when I wasn't teaching here, I was on the advisory panel, and I go, you need to have this class. And everybody kept trying to turn it into, okay, we'll do a narrative, this and that class. I go, it's not a narrative anything. It's you've got to have this fundamental skill set before you go into character design, before you go into storyboarding, before you go into a lot of different things. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because it's like Brian, who teaches storyboarding, one of the things he was saying is, you know, after all this happened, but he goes, I get all these kids coming in here and they want a storyboard, they can't draw. You know what I mean? And or they're drawing like, you know, drawing where they're taking forever. And it's like, man, you got to throw that stuff down. That's where this skill set comes in, correct?
Yes.
This is a nice one right there.
So
they were looking at their phone, right?
Yeah. Actually, that
really,
was my father.
Yeah, there's something really cool about the way you kind of tilted the head a little bit. We're kind of doing that, like.
Actually, he was tilting his head more, but I think I got it wrong, so it's like that. But I got it right. Thank you.
Yeah, but it looks good.
Okay.
And it's that to me is a nuance. Does that make sense? Like that's the little thing. There's a thing there, and I don't know exactly what he's doing, but the way I'm reading it, which is cool, is that sort of like thing where you sort of, because I do it, you know, I'll put my phone down, I'll kind of tilt my head, and you know, it's an old guy thing. You know, I'm looking at it, trying to get it in focus in my eyes or whatever, right?
Yes.
And I don't know if that's why he was doing it, but that gesture is a very nuanced gesture. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And that's one of the key things that I think this type of drawing sketching gives you. It gives you a lot of nuance. So if you're doing character, or not just character, when I say character, it could be a character for an illustration in a book, or it could be anything. But those nuances are really important. You know, that's what really elevates the maybe the motion and the storytelling in something in an illustration or design or whatever. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like there was the Hildebrandt brothers in the 70s, I think. Let me see if I can find one. And, you know, they were very well known. They, you know, they did cool stuff and everything, but I always had a problem with this. Look how unnatural all these poses look. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I mean, they knew how to paint, but everything looks so posed, and everything looks like, because everything looks like it's an individual reference shot they shot. They put them all together. They don't feel like they're really even in the same scene to me. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Guy with a big, you know, or this guy, I don't even know what this guy in the foreground is doing with his hand like that. This guy with the knife, he's just sort of limply standing there with the knife. It's like, come on, you know, put some, you know what, I don't know what this scene is, but it looks like they're confronting something. Does that make sense?
Yes.
You see it all the time. And usually, you know, a lot of times you see it, especially with character design, you know, and that's just experience, you know, students haven't experience yet. So they tend to have very stiff poses. So it's something I always want to bring up in here. It's like, do a lot of this, because if you want to go into like character design and things like that, viz dev, whatever, you're going to need that type of thinking of action and composition and, you know, everything feeling like it's in the same scene. Okay. So is this chronological? Am I looking at, this is one? Is it going one this way?
Yes.
Oh, okay, interesting. So then there's, you see, you're starting to loosen up here. Now here, And this just goes for, in general, where's, how does that happen? Did he have a lot of times I'll put a little collar, not the collar, that whatever that is, that little thing there, so I can put a conflicting or a contrasting value in there. They got a white jacket on, I might put like they got a black shirt on underneath. You know what I mean? And that's just stuff, you don't have to do that, but that's the stuff I add. And then this probably came up over his pants like that. It's a little long. He might have had a little fold there, maybe. Maybe just get a little bunch. That's too big. This should, might fold over like that. Oh, I like the angle of this leg. That's really good. But again, is there any like little, starting to get it in there. Then, yeah, and then you started to put this. And then I'd probably, I might get one there. That fold there. And then this shoe, you could structure it up a little more.
Okay.
Start getting a little language, understanding the shoe language, because, people get hung up on it and like, you can sort of find your own little formula for it, how it works for you. Does that make sense? For a lot of things, you know what I mean? Like hands, you just go in and block them out really simply. And then, and then start building your hand around it, which is a really obviously all common. Actually, I want to pull up I'll try and pull up a video today of Mort Drucker drawing, because I want you guys to see it.
Okay.
This Mort Drucker was like a total god draftsman. And I found this documentary Steven Silver did on him, and it has his drawing, and the way he builds his drawings exactly the way I'm trying to speak to you guys about it. And I had no idea how loose that guy went in, because everything he did was inked, like, traditionally with a pen and brush. And so I always go, oh, he must have done pretty tight pencils or whatever. He didn't. He would just go in crazy loose, which is the way I like to work too. And then he just build into it. And then he just go in with a pen. Like, he didn't really do the whole pencil page thing. He just sort of threw it down and then went in and did the rest of it in ink.
Wow.
And there's some stuff in there on him drawing hands, like he's just drawing hands. I'm talking about how he got good at drawing hands. And while you're watching him draw the hands, you can tell he's just got this sort of, and I don't mean this in a bad way, sort of a formula in his mind so he can just move those hands around any way he wants. You can tell by the way he draws it. It's so like, that he's just done it so many times, These are good. Same thing, get into this interior a little bit.
Yes.
Just really look, all you need is a couple of key things to get into that interior and break it up. Because what's that do? Go ahead.
No, I want to say I'm still learning about the folds. I just know the basic, like how the elbows bend, but I think there's more detail compared to the basic.
Just you're gonna land on probably, I don't know, 7, 10 ones that you'll start to notice, like, oh, those kind of happen all the time. Standing like this, these happen. If somebody's standing like that, that happens. So their legs bent, this happens. And what those are doing, it's kind of the same thing as you've had life drawing, right?
Yes, I had.
So you know how they tell you to draw through the form, right? Give it volume, right? Well, one of the things you're doing with those folds that I think people don't understand is that fold is describing the anatomy under this clothing. Okay. So that's sort of a built-in way to sort of get a little bit of structure into the drawing. Okay. Because you're showing a tension point, the elbow, the top of the belly. If there's a little bit of sometimes they get a little bit right there, where the top of the belly is, if they got a little bit of a belly, little things like that are describing things. And then after a while, you'll start to, by doing this all the time, later on, it starts to develop into, at least it did for me, you start to get where you can just draw a lot of things out of your head. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Which I think a lot of people think, I used to think people could do that, were magicians or something. But a lot of it was that they were just really well trained and really structured in how they knew how to draw things, and they were drawing all the time and stuff like that. So they just had this big library of stuff. And after a while, you can just kind of pull it out of your head. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Which comes in really handy. And then, you have to get into this thing with because then some students, it turns into this thing of reference versus not reference. And it's like, it's not versus. Sometimes I draw it in my head because that's just what I do. And sometimes I'll go use reference. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the trick is, and hopefully this is another byproduct, hopefully, of this class, is that when you use reference, you will then start using reference differently than you do now. Like you won't sit there and copy stuff. You'll just take information from it, you know, lighting information. I was just playing around in my sketchbook doing a painting and I changed all the lighting in it because I put sort of a flamey background in it, you know, warm color background. And then I go, and I did that deliberately so I could throw a bunch of warmth on the face and reflect some of those lights a little bit throughout the face and dance that around. Then I went over the other side and added some smoke and stuff to the background and stuff like that. That's all made up. You know what I mean? I'm looking at a photo reference of the guy that's pretty bad photo reference, but it had the information I needed just to get a likeness and all that. And then, you know, playing with it, you know, which is really fun to do. And then anyway, that's going to lead down the rabbit hole, a whole bunch of stuff. Okay. Does this all make sense?
Yes.
You know, and then, you know, to the stylization thing, if you got a nice, if you're starting to see like this, which is good, you know, it's not that big a leap to start pushing these shapes a little bit. Maybe make them a little heavier, make his shirt too short, his belly. Maybe I'll give him a wife beater. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's where that little bump would be right there. And then his belly would actually hang over like that a little bit. You know, so on and so forth. And I can start to stylize it. Yeah?
Yes. Yes.
And all I'm really doing is starting to take those basic shapes and push.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Like that video I showed you, the first one that I start, if you notice, I broke it into sort of a box and another box and then pulled it over and started doing the drawing over that idea, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's how I think about it, more or less. You know, might not be a box. It might be a gourd shape, you know, it could be anything, but I just sort of, when I see people that are fun to caricature, stylize or whatever, I don't like the word caricature, but stylize. I'm looking for those big shapes that somebody's handed me. You know what I mean? It's a lot harder, you know, then sometimes you see maybe a young girl who's attractive and it's like, man, that's trickier because there's not those big handle shapes on there. Does that make sense? And also, I don't know, for some reason, to me, it's just not as much fun to sketch that. It's just like when I was in college, you know, everybody wanted to get the older models, the heavier models, you know, everybody wanted that because it's just fun to draw. Okay. And I'm just bouncing through these. Okay, so this one, Eli. You go Ely or Eli? It's Eli, right?
It's Eli.
Okay. Just thinking about that, and I go, have I been mispronouncing her name for like a year?
No, it's
okay.
Eli.
So these got to get a little more where they're walking. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then we're sort of starting to develop this shorthand, which is the body's this, the legs sort of doing that, because it's doing it here, it's doing it here, and it's doing it the other way here. Right?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, so, you know, this is sort of coming forward. And this one is, you know, obviously sort of going back. So I always look at that, where that knee breaks, you know, where does this break? A lot of times I look at the knee this way, or probably a lot of people do, where if that knee's in the foreground, that calf is there now. Does that make sense? It sort of almost goes behind it, right? even if people are standing straight, sometimes, it really is, this sort of drops down and then this sort of comes down. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a nice landmark. When that knee's going back, where does the calf land in relation to this thigh, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you just got to start, what is this one doing? Maybe I see the bottom of the sole a little bit there. It's not going to be that far out. It's a little more subtle. But, my point is, like, really take a look at it, and, also look at it in photographs. And that is a case where, walking is a very complex action that's just constantly keeps rolling in front of you. Sometimes it's hard to sort of take a frame out of that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that sometimes is a good place to, look at a still and go, okay, that's kind of how that works. Then go back out into the world and apply that information, right?
Right.
Like when Muybridge did those first photos, those sequential photos where he could show an actual horse's, the way they ran. Nobody knew. I think there was a big argument whether horses left the ground when they were running. And some people said, no, they don't. They always have a hoof on the ground, and they couldn't really, and the complexity of that action until he could break it down was really hard to, for people to understand. If you watch a horse just walking around, it's hard to kind of freeze frame it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. So that's part of what this skill set also does, is it builds that sort of like being able to go click and taking a little shutter and then hold it in your mind for a little bit and then throw down however information you can. And then you sort of go, okay, somebody else is walking. It's the same action for the most part for anybody who's walking. So the next person comes along and then I'll just kind of freeze frame it in my head again, right at that same point, because everybody does the same thing. So if I capture the first one here, I'll just wait for somebody else to walk and get here, and then I can get some more information. And then I start tearing it all apart that way. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Any place you can go with repetitive action right now, sports games, baseball's a good one because somebody's always, at bat, swinging.
Right.
Somebody's always on the mound. Somebody's always on first, second, third base. Somebody's always in the outfield, and they're always sort of repeating, so if you're, there's going to be a lot of repeating to somebody at bat, right?
Mhm.
Bowling alleys, you're here, then you're here, then you're here, and then you're here, right? That weird twisty thing that bowlers do after they throw the ball, right? Those are really unique actions. And then you're looking down however many lanes, 20 lanes, and everybody's doing the same action. So as soon as this guy, let's say you get this part, you start throwing that down, and then he leans forward, starts moving. There's 19 more lanes of people where I can go, oh, he's in the same position, and I can get a little more information on this pose. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't give a damn about likeness or anything in that case. I'm just doing studies of motion. I mean, last time I went to a bowling alley and did that, because I do it every now and then. I like bowling. I used to like the way bowling alleys were. They're not as good as anymore. But man, did that kick my ass, because I hadn't done it in a long time. I'm like, God, sometimes I go and do something like that, and I go, man, you can't draw for crap. You know what I mean? Sitting there for a couple hours and try and get it back, right?
Yeah.
Where did you go? Mall?
It was like, have you ever heard of the Aria?
I
It
don't
was kind
know.
of like in that area, like shopping center outside
That's
of the Aria.
Vegas, right?
Yeah, Vegas.
What's it like living in Vegas?
It's not fun. It's just kind of like if you don't go downtown a lot, it's just kind of boring.
Yeah, I've heard that from a lot of people, or a few people I know that have lived in Vegas.
Yeah, and then downtown gets boring, and then everything's boring.
I don't know. Last time I was there, I was like, man, am I not into this?
Yeah, and there's not enough foliage either.
It's probably a lot of fake foliage.
Oh yeah, and those like really anemic looking trees.
It's a weird town of just everything's artificial.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I mean, it's got this weird, I don't know if you just get used to that, but it's got this weird surreal quality to it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. There's like it doesn't feel like there's life except for the people there.
But
Like
it's also like, I think Vegas should be, I don't know. I think it should have like unique boutique shops and stuff, and everything's just sort of, H&M and all these big mainstream things. And it's like, well, okay, it's a big mall on steroids that they just spread out through the whole city.
Yeah.
It's like an inner, that shopping-tainment idea. It's shopping-tainment, the Grove or whatever, just bigger. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
With gambling. No, wait, Vegas. Yeah, Vegas. Yeah, Vegas has gambling. God, that just totally went out of my head. Daniel.
Yes, sir.
This is starting to feel very drawing, right?
What does that mean?
Like longer drawing.
Oh, okay.
How long do these take?
I don't know. Guess like 2 hours at most. At most, I don't know.
That's a pretty long time.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I get slow, or this isn't a speed thing, so I don't want to just make it a speed thing. I don't really care if you spend some time on it, but what I want to do is get that fast capture of it.
actually no. Like each page is 2 hours, so one page is about, or half a page is about an hour. So
still
yeah.
pretty long.
Okay. All right. Well,
And the thing with that is it's not really a speed thing. It's actually a sort of when you're throwing it down really quick, it just tends to start to teach you that nice, loose, gestury kind of thing. Does that mean it's harder to do when you slow it down, you start drawing a lot? You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
okay.
Because like I always use this as an analogy. When I was I hired somebody one time and taught me a good lesson. You can hire a sketcher, you can hire a drawer. And I made a mistake of hiring a drawer. Okay. And then I gave him some assignment or something. And I came back when I needed I might have said this before. I needed those drawings. And he was like sitting there drawing his second drawing, so he'd done 1.5 drawings. And I'm like, okay, A, I can't present these. These aren't presentable. They just look like heavy-handed drawings. B, I've been gone for 4 hours and you've got 1.5 drawings done. And C, they're totally uninteresting. They're just like, they're so drawn. Like I like all that. And most people do, that sketchy, throw it down, get it in the moment. Then you can build on it and take it to the end result of a drawing. You can do that, but it's going to feel more natural when you do. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And it's not that they're bad drawings. I just think they need to get, like this one here could have gotten a lot looser. You can see that, right? And then we got some proportional issues here. I think that this back here, this is pretty good. I like that one. This is a nice gesture. But see how this one's feeling sort of not in the moment. It's feeling very frozen. Does that make sense? That's the trick with all this stuff.
Okay.
I like this one. Not a lot of interior information here. And I know somebody that heavy and they're wearing a tighter shirt like that, they're going to be, not going to have as much information on the interior. I get it.
Yeah.
You're going to have a different kind of information. Let me see.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay. Okay, so that's about it. Just try and get in there and gesture. See, this is a really pretty finished drawing.
Okay.
And there's ways, and that's why it pisses me off we're not on but I'm going to go out anyway, so I'll get to do that. Like, sometimes I go into like a coffee shop or something and just draw the whole room in about 10 minutes, and then I can go in, once I throw that all down, then I can go in and I can start building it up if I want to, but it's by throwing it down kind of quick and loose, it just loosens everything up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's not just, I'm not trying to force you into like stylistically drawing loose. I'm trying to go, even if you want to draw tighter, which is fine, you need to start loose. Okay. Like even if I'm going to render something out, I start super loose and I build into that render. And then I go, okay, now this feels pretty good and loose. Now I can start building the drawing to a tighter finish or painting.
Okay.
And I do that. I'm doing it right now. I do that deliberately sometimes. And I usually do it in my sketchbook where I do a lot of paintings that are really finished out more so than I normally do. And it's just to kind of force myself into that. Plus it's fun. I like doing it, but it just forces me into a lot of different kinds of thinking. So I'm not just relying on one thing. I just want to be versatile. I like being versatile, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Where's Eric at?
Hello.
Hey, hang on a sec. Can I get a cup of coffee, you guys?
Go for it.
I got to go down and get a thermos or something or whatever so I can keep it in here. All right. What do you think?
I don't know. I didn't really do the like getting into more of an environment just because I feel like I've been trying to just really get sort of like that methodology down that you're talking about. I'm really trying to work on like folds and stuff.
I don't have a problem.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it was just what I was working on. Just kind of trying to see, like you were saying, of these like complex things. I just feel like sometimes people move really fast.
They do.
And so I'm like, oh, so like obviously the ones where people are sitting are a little bit more fleshed out because of
These
the
are
fact
all
that they're sitting.
these are all from life.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think when you're first starting this, I think you have to take it off in bite-sized chunks. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So like, yeah, focus on somebody who's sitting is fine. Okay.
Yeah.
And then because you sort of want to develop a comfort level with every step of this and then sort of take the next step. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Because, and I probably also said this a million times, what people tend to do, it's just normal behavior kind of, is you come into this and you go, man, I really want to be able to do that. And then you start just doing a surface version, crappy version of that. Does that make sense? It's really, you see it in entertainment design. That's the worst spot I see it, where everybody's trying to do whoever the big biz dev person is or whatever. And you're going, you're not there. Like there's the reason that's so good is fundamentals. It's fundamentals. And then you can do whatever you want, then you'll be able to do whatever you want. But if you sort of focus on this narrow thing, A, you don't understand the fundamentals of drawing and sketching or design or the experience behind it or all that stuff, and you just go to this sort of crappy version of it. And that's why, like I saw a student one time who thought she was very good, and she got some little job to do something, and she was complaining about the art, whoever she was working with. It was just like a little nothing kind of job. And she's like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's saying this drawing's stiff and I should pose it like this and it's not dynamic or whatever. And I was overhearing this and I went over and I go, let me see it. She pulls it up and I go, he's right. And what that was she was very fixated on this sort of in between, a little bit anime-ish, but a little bit not, which to me is worse than just anime-ish. Like when you're in the middle of that, where it looks like you're trying to draw it a little more realistically, but it's still a little bit anime-ish. Does that make sense? And the point was, it's like, okay, you like drawing that, and that's basically fan art. But when somebody tells you, I need this in a dynamic pose and stuff, you can't work to a job. You can only do that thing that you just do in your fanboy sketchbook because you don't have the underlying fundamentals of drawing. You know what I mean? You just went straight to this without going, okay, screw all that. Let's do a bunch of observational drawing, life drawing, all the stuff you do to get that skill set. Does that make sense? And life drawing, I'd argue, if you'll hopefully it clicks in your brain when you're doing it. You go, this is as much about design as it is anything. You know what I mean? Really beautiful life drawings are really well designed. This one's starting to loosen up. Yeah.
I liked her pose. I like what she was wearing too. It was kind of a tight fitted sweater, sort of at the top. And she was an employee. I was at Bellaterra in Huntington Beach, and she was an employee at a store, and they had moved all of their clothes out of the store and in front. So you shop outside in the front, I was like, oh, that's cool. So she was just folding and stuff. And I liked how she had more baggy pants because a lot of people keep wearing that like athleisure where it's like puffy on the top and skinny on the bottom. So I'm like, I'm just drawing a leg, Yeah. So she kind of had bell-bottomy kind of pants, and I like that. So
yeah, that's why I hate yoga pants.
Yeah.
Remember what yoga pants are a weird concept anyway to me. right? And I just noticed this the other day because I don't know, somewhere. And I was telling my girlfriend, I think because they were like more peachy colored, so they look flesh tony, right? So they, you know, when you first out of your peripheral vision, it looks like there's a girl standing over here with no pants on, which is weird, right? And then you go, those things are just another skin over your skin, which is just, I don't know why I think that's just a weird concept. To wear that in public just seems weird to me. I know it's not weird, but it just looks weird to me. Like I wouldn't, you know, a lot of people wear them are in really good shape, but you know, I get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, show it off.
Well, yeah, why not? If you work that hard for it, why not?
I started seeing like, and I know that this is just a part of the like sketching, drawing process of like, some come out really great looking, and then like a couple pages later, you think, oh, I'm warm, I'm loose, and then nope.
Oh,
and that's this page.
that's the part of it that irritates the crap out of me.
Yeah,
is it's that total like you go, you know, top of the world, you know, you feel all great and everything, and then like the next day you just totally suck.
Yeah.
And I've been doing this a long time, and I still am fighting that all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that's encouraging to hear.
Yeah, I can be pretty consistent when I have to be on a job or whatever, but that doesn't mean that when I hand something over to somebody, I'm not going, that's definitely not my best work. It'll get me through the day, but it is not my best work. You know what I mean? And then sometimes you're going, thank God I'm presenting this to a bunch of people who don't draw, because it's impressive enough for them to be impressed by it, but I'm sure by it. You know what I mean? If there were the other creative people on my team in that meeting, they'd all be like, dude, really? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The other
that's how I felt last night uploading this. I was like, you know what? This is gonna suffice the 8 pages. Just get it in. Like, even though you think it's terrible.
Here's the thing. I'm usually actually really consistent. And I realize, and the pandemic really taught me this. And I might have said this, but what I always say is I'm never more than 8 hours away from drawing. Okay. Which means I just draw all the time in my everyday life, especially when we're not locked down. Okay. So I'm always drawing all the time. So then it's constantly right at my fingertips. I'm constantly not that far from being warmed up. I can get warmed up pretty quick. And I was just drawing less than 8 hours ago, usually. It keeps it right at your fingertips. That's another thing that the sketchbook does. And then I just always thought like, well, that's just my thing. I just have that. But then the pandemic happened, and it stopped my daily routine of constant drawing all the time. And man, did I feel it. You know what I mean? Like not flexing that muscle really screwed me up. And it's really cool because it forced me to reevaluate, what am I going to do right now? And then I dive into my sketchbook and start doing very finished stuff in my sketchbook and exploring in my sketchbook and experimenting with media in my sketchbook. And then that's now led to an idea for a class. You know what I mean? I like to roll, you know, like a lot of teachers are going, oh, I can't do this. You can't do this in class. And it's like, stop worrying about what you can't do and start doing what you can do. So yes, you can't do that. Okay. But what can you do that is actually equally valuable that you can do through this medium? Right.
Right.
And to me, that's just following the creative thing. You know what I mean? Like one thing I'm thinking about is, and I think we have a class that I might be able to use on the books, is doing sort of a sketch labby experimental media class where start to work on, now this class is very much using the sketchbook as an observational device. And in my opinion, it's an everything device. When you're working this way, you're learning editing, value, contrast, line, scene creation, vignetting, you know, on and on and on. You're learning everything in that one big gulp, right? But I think I don't know why I'm so obsessed with sketchbooks. And I love working long form in my sketchbooks, right? And it's just really to work things out. And doing a class where we can talk about using the sketchbook that way to sort of just really start exploring ideas with no real preconceived idea of what you're doing, and experimenting with media a little bit in there, or a lot. Like I had a class in when I was in school. I think it might have been called experimental media. I don't remember. But it was cool because the dude who taught it was one of the Clayton brothers, and he just went down the rabbit hole of all these old illustration techniques, which I love that stuff. You know what I mean? But I think you could kind of combine those two ideas, because I think a sketchbook could be so many different things, and I think it's so valuable in so many different ways. You know, now I have one sketchbook that's just for painted stuff. You know what I mean? Just to experiment with painting and things like that. I'm going to go tomorrow and I'm just going to go do a snow scene and just paint it in my sketchbook. You know what I mean? On location, you know, just stuff like that. Like there's something about it. Like I like taking road trips in my sketchbook and maybe just some acrylic or something because it dries fast. It's very portable, but it's opaque. I'll also take gouache when I do that and just take a road trip. And that way I don't know what it is. It feels more casual when I just pop open my sketchbook, clamp it onto an easel and start painting in my sketchbook. It starts to become part workout, part diary, part, you know, idea generator. It really generates a lot of ideas. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. It's just become part of your lifestyle. Like,
yeah. And then
it's not even like a, you're going out to do it. You're just doing it.
Yeah.
And happen to be out.
All those different techniques that I learned over all the years, because I was really, really fixated on technique and stuff with paint and all that. And then back then there was no internet or nothing. So you get a glimpse of how Mark English worked. And he had this weird technique, this oil thing, and then he'd rub it out, and then he'd do this and he'd do that and he'd do that. But you just hear about it and you go, how does that work? Same thing with C.F. Payne, all those guys back then. And then sort of just from hearing that, I started experimenting with things. And it's really weird because I just saw a video of C.F. Payne's the first time I've ever seen this whole process. He has like 2 or 3 processes he works in that are almost exactly what I do. And I didn't get it from him directly. Does that make sense? And it's really kind of a weird thing that I mean, I probably fell on it because I kind of heard that somebody did this. And I remember seeing a step-by-step on how Mark English worked, but, you know, so on and so forth, you know, and you just start playing in that sketchbook, because in the sketchbook, you feel like, at least I do, I go, this doesn't matter. This is for me to play, you know, and if I fail, it doesn't matter if I fail. It's not for a job. It's not for anything other than to put myself into my sketchbook and maybe fail, or maybe fall down the stairs and land on my feet and come up with a new technique, which is what came out of it for me. Yeah. So I just think there's a lot of things you could do with it. This foot could be flat. That heel might be coming up a little bit. Maybe. This one's getting a little ballet-ic. That's the trick with it, right?
Yeah.
This knee's getting very square. Now, there's nothing wrong with this. I think I've talked about this before. A lot of times, and this probably curved a little more. A lot of times people will put, you'll see it in life drawings a lot and stuff, where they'll kind of, where there's a plane change, they'll sort of do a sharp change, right? And they're doing that because it makes it very clear to you where those are. And then you'll come back, you'll do that real light. Then you'll come back over with your pencil or whatever and soften that edge up, right? But you know where those plane changes are. Like certain life drawings that I like, the exterior, the contour line will show these little subtle, like there's that little bump in the hip, and there's where the behind cuts in and under, and then it goes out to the thigh and all that sort of thing, right? Really seen. And a lot of times they'll pop those in as sort of sharp points because it's a very clear plane change. Does that make sense? Yeah? Where'd you go? I think we just lost Eric, or I'm frozen. Am I frozen, you guys?
No.
Still here, you see
I
you.
think his Zoom crashed.
Where did Eric go?
I think he just got kicked from the meeting.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't do it. I think you know it, Haley, because you did it.
I have the right to remain silent.
Isn't that Eric Zhao's painting?
Yes.
Why is Eric Zhao's painting on your thing?
Because I like it.
You could easily do that. Not that it's not good. I like Eric. Eric's got a lot of talent. Ooh, this one's pretty good right here. This one's getting good. Okay, I don't know where Eric is, so I have to. Does anybody have any specific questions about this? Like now that you've gone through this a little bit? No, everybody's good.
Hey, so Mike, I know you tell us to like think about the interior of like the person's body and stuff like that. I still have like a hard time like understanding that, like how the fabric or like how clothes can wrap over the body and like it bends, like it folds in a way. Like,
Do you mean like just from a systemic way, the way it works?
I think so. Cause like sometimes like you know how like on the contours of the clothes it sometimes like also sticks out a bit.
Yeah.
And then also like when it like under the armpits and stuff like that, it also pinches and stuff like that. Yeah, kind of and like since sometimes clothes are really wrinkly and I have a hard time deciding like what to pick and choose, like which is important.
When it's a real wrinkly thing, I would still go for the first big shapes that you're going to see, things pulling away, tension folds, things like that, the standard stuff. And then I might add in a couple of those other ones on top of that, but I'm always going to start with those big, major strategic folds. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, and another thing from the exterior, which I think is a really good question, because I think I know what you're talking about. Hang on.
I'm back, by the way, Mike. I don't know what happened.
It was Haley. Haley threw you out.
Oh, well.
That's between you two. That's between you two. I can't get involved.
Well, we'll fight later.
Okay, that's good. Normally on campus, down in that vent steam room or whatever it is, I have a cage down there for cage matches. All right, look at. I think this is what you're saying. Like sometimes you'll get this figure and there's like something on this exterior. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I try to see with that, and I'm just going to make it up because I can't think of anything. I try to go, okay, like that little bump there is because this is a structured garment, let's say. Okay. And then if I see something down here, I try to pull it if I can. I try to pick the ones that I can pull into the form because I don't want them to just live. This is what you don't want it to do. You don't want to just have these things on the outside and there's nothing going on the inside. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I'm trying to go, okay, maybe this little fold kind of connects there and this one goes over this maybe, and then that, and that's it, right? I'm trying to avoid just doing this based on that same drawing. It's just going, where it's just all existing on the exterior. I want to pull some of these into the form. And I again relate that back to life drawing where they'd go, you're drawing this form. You're drawing through the form when you get down here. If I'm drawing this chest or whatever, I'm thinking of how all these things relate to each other. And then this comes in, and I'm thinking about how this kind of wraps around that form, and that's how I'm thinking about it if I'm doing a like a life drawing or something, right?
Yes.
And I'm thinking, and I'm pulling those things into the interior. Maybe this, the deltoid here kind of comes down that way. Well, that little line there can bump right over this one. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I'm trying to pull things into the interior where I can, and a lot of folds, they go like, if you have an arm that's coming out this way, let's say this is the elbow, and then there's a sleeve here. Well, it's going to get little folds that pull from the interior over to the out, like that sort of. Does that make sense?
Yes.
But they're pulling, if that sleeve, they're pulling like that sort of. They're bumping over and sort of wrapping around like that. So that gives me an excuse to get into the interior and drag that in and show that it's pulling away from something. Yeah?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense.
Does that answer what you're asking?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So try to relate the outside, and I don't care if this is life drawing or whatever. And I never really thought about this before, but I'm always trying to relate an outside shape, how it relates to the interior, or how it even relates. I think I've said this before. I had a teacher who I didn't like, but the one thing he taught me that I thought was really valuable, because he had a very specific drawing style that I didn't like. Okay. And he was always trying to get us to draw like that, which at the time, I'm like, I don't want to be a disciple of your drawing style, dude. And I think I finally told him, and I was really respectful of my teachers, but I think I finally went, I don't like drawing like that. And he goes, and I go, why do you draw like that? And he sat me down and he gave me this one piece of advice I think was valuable. And he goes, anytime you have like, let's say an arm or a shoulder, he goes, I try and carry that over here and see how it relates to the echoing shape on that side. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I've seen artists do that.
Yeah, I never have. His name's Jeffrey Smith. I don't even like his work, but and I'm not saying he's not good or whatever. But you know, it really opened my eyes up to like, man, I can really connect a lot of things throughout the form by thinking like that. You know what I mean? About thinking about, man, there's an echo. There's an echo of these shapes somewhere else, right? You know, this little part right there kind of relates obviously up into here. And I just think about how everything relates to each other. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And it just really taught me a lesson on how to move things together that seemingly aren't connected. Because one of the things you're trying to do with a drawing, I'm sure you see this, sometimes you just see drawings that are so beautifully structured and maybe really minimal. And you're like, man, how are they holding that together so solidly? And it's because they're thinking about how these forms interconnect. Does that make sense? And then they balance them out where they know this idea here, I might not literally connect it, but I'm connecting it visually because it locks right into that shape. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And, you know, again, we want to be thinking on a deep level about sketching and drawing and sort of take it out of the equation of whatever it is in the end you want to do with it. Forget about that right now, you know, because it can sort of influence whatever you're doing into like, that's why you get a lot of students who are like, you keep drawing these anime things or Disney things or whatever, and they can't wash it out of their drawing because it's just how they started. And now it's like, okay, but these aren't solid drawings. They're just sort of crappy knockoffs of Disney drawings. So you're not really understanding drawing. You've just gotten kind of good at drawing this a little bit. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So when you take it into the purity of just loving drawing, hopefully, and just looking at it from the purity of like, I have to have this skill set nailed down tight, then I can go do all that other stuff and then have at it, have a great time with it. You know what I mean? But you've got to get the fundamentals down first. Otherwise you don't have any foundation you've built anything on, right? And I keep using that analogy, I know everybody does, but it's a good analogy. Let me look at yours. Where's yours? Okay, so when you're doing, start trying to read that perspective a little bit, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, again, I'm trying to get you guys to see it, okay? You do need to take perspective. Everybody needs to take perspective. You just have to know that. That's a different way of looking. That, you know, that's the formulaic way you look at perspective when you're going to build a perspective drawing, all that stuff, which you need to know. But then now here, what we're trying to do is just see it, hopefully. And it's also using it as a sort of spatial relationship exercise. Like I look at this and I go, what was that actual angle? And that's what I'm looking for. I'm just looking for the angle. I don't even think about it being a perspective. Does that make sense? Where'd you go?
I'm still here.
This feels like it should have been a little pushed out a little bit to me. Maybe even a little more. This is interesting. Who's that?
That was my sibling, my sister. She was laying on bed.
You guys have like a stair above it or something?
No, I think I was standing up pretty tall or something. Or maybe either my perspective kind of got skewed and I just worked around it.
Okay, I do that all the time. whenever I do those, the stylization talk at Old Town Orange, I didn't even realize this. The first one I did was sort of at the view I was looking at it. Then the next one I did was like from a helicopter, which I wasn't even thinking about. But then I got halfway through it and I go, well, let's just go with it. You know what I mean? Because it also shows how you can move your camera view around, right?
Yeah.
And it's not that hard to do that in that case, because it's just a big box. You know, building's just a big box. And then, so this, the way I look at this, I might just sort of ghost it in like that.
Okay.
Just to go, I'll ghost it maybe, just to get my perspective and everything kind of locked down. His leg's a little short.
Yeah, it's a bit short.
Not too bad though. You know, and then I can come in here and round that off. Make this more of a curve if that's what it is. Maybe turn this a little if it turns a little there. Here. And see, I can soften it up after the fact.
Okay.
Then this shoe or whatever over here, I'd probably just put that in a silhouette because I don't really want to mess with that. See where the, you know, where do these folds land? This probably actually comes down. I'm trying to get that little fold right there, but sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You know, I might put coffee cup or something here. Move this elbow out a little bit. So maybe the elbow's out like that and the coffee cup's right here, you know. I sort of do things like that to finish ideas. This is starting to go off to a weird vanishing point. This would have been more. That's probably too narrow. It would have been a little more like that. That's a little high. So here, now a lot of times if I have a back view like this, I'll darken up that part. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd probably pull that sleeve out a little. This one. You know, just little simple stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
You know where else used to be really fun to draw is the bus station, those Greyhound bus stations. Maybe I'll go do that. Oh, this one's pretty good.
Oh, thanks.
You feel like you did it? Say it.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't fast enough to finish the rest of the interior, but yeah.
Yeah, but did you like that one? Did you notice that's a nice one?
Yeah, it was a nice one. I felt it, like I felt the rhythm a bit more.
Yeah. I mean, look how simple this is to just, I mean, I could call it finished now. These are sketches. But, you know, I might darken that. Soften that. Just put a little hint of her cheek mask right there because I don't want to age her up too much. And this is nice. This is great. Is this a collar here?
It's like those puffy hoodies, like the puff jackets, and it's like her hood's like up a bit. It's like a collar kind of.
Okay, I'll just put it like that.
Yeah.
Okay, and then she has this. I might pull back on this a little. Oops. God damn it. I always turn Siri on in my class. Hang on. Okay, and then her ears here. So this is going to come up over the ear, I guess. Or like that, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe a little of that just to show that Might back off of this a little. Sometimes I'll come in. Well, I was going to say here, I'd probably soften that up a little. You know, and then however neck, oop, that's too close. Actually, I'm just screwing up your drawing this time. I like yours better. Yeah, I'd probably put a little bit of hair there to put a dark there. Maybe a little hair hanging down. You know, just stuff like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Even though I totally screwed that drawing up. Starting to get it here. We're hanging around on the outside a lot. One of the things when I do this, and I think we talked about this last week, is I come in here really loose. Might tilt ahead here maybe. This is going to be structured. It looks like a structured jacket, so I'll probably get that little structure in there, that little stair step right there.
Oh, okay.
You know, and I mean, those are all just things, you know, maybe put a pocket right there to break that edge. This one is tilted. That's kind of nice. Now this one I might go, I'm going to put a t-shirt on this person just because a lot of them are wearing sort of the same sort of garment. Where was this?
This is at the church, like Christ Cathedral. People were lining up for confessions.
Oh, so they probably were dressed up a little bit, yeah?
Yeah, it was mostly outdoors, so all of them have like coats and jackets.
Yeah, so I would keep that. I wouldn't have put the t-shirt in there because I think that actually speaks to what's happening from a story perspective, sort of. I might put a little indication on the nose right there. Sometimes I cheat it, even if I can't quite see it. But if her head was turned that much, I'd probably be able to see it a little. Cover up some of that. Again, this is a structured garment. This could, yeah, could kind of do that. That's good. Yeah, you're starting to see some good folds in here. I might put a belt on it just for the hell of it. But see how we're just sort of dancing over it very loosely?
Yeah.
You know, back here, when they get this far away, it's really loose. It's just, and I know that takes some experience. You know, I'm kicking those hips out a little bit. Maybe I put a little indication of a phone there, even though he's ever going to see it. Doesn't matter. It gives me an excuse to pose something. Maybe somebody turn this way. And all I need is that basic human structure, and I can just start adding just enough in it to get it to read. You know, and enough mass. Some of them I'm not even going to flesh out. Is that a priest?
Yeah, that was a priest. I'm listening to their confessions.
I used to hate doing that. I'm going to make him a pope. Yeah?
Okay.
Anyway, I just go through that. And if you notice, the more I put in, I can just trick out a few of them and it'll look like I did a lot of work. Yeah?
Yeah.
You know what's really fun to go to? Like once you start getting this crowd thing down, it's fun to go to like I went to the Women's March, places just like in the city, which is 1 million people, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that way you can draw like City Hall with the crowd, people holding protest signs, and it's just super fun. Plus you're sort of absorbing this big event, you know?
Yeah.
Which I think is super fun.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
Do you have like more examples of what you would consider like good sketches to be? Like, I know you sent us like the Glen King ones, but do you have like more?
Well, the other one would be that Disney PDF I gave you.
Right.
I mean, that's what, 70 pages of good sketching just like this.
Okay.
It's a lot. Are you thinking of anything specific?
I'm just thinking like if you have like more people that you like in the work.
Yeah, I do. I can post those on Canvas.
Okay, cool.
I'd have to really think about it. Because Because I mean, between those two documents, there's a lot, but I'll think about that. I'm sure I know there's other people I like. There's a guy right now I've been following. It's not that his drawings are all perfect or anything, but they're very in the moment, and that's sort of a different thing. And he's on this, it's a weird website. It's called and I'll send it to you guys. I think he calls it New York Diary or something. And he's just like, he does little sketches of New York society or whatever. He seems to be a very connected guy. So, you know, spent the afternoon here on Park Avenue and so-and-so's penthouse having lunch, you know, and he's doing all these drawings, and it's just such an interesting window into that world. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's interesting.
So I'll post him, and his stuff, again, it's very fast on the spot, and every now and then he hits a really cool one, but it's really just about the act of capturing. I think is what's interesting about him, and what he's capturing is interesting.
Yeah. I also have a question about my drawings.
Yeah.
I wanted to know if like they're too drawing-y. Like, I know that you're talking to Danny about that, and I feel like
they're getting a little drawing-y. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think that's why you're asking me the question you're asking me, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. This one's actually a nice kind of mixture of both, where you took it a little further, but it still feels pretty good.
Mm.
These are getting, okay, so here, what feels like's happening here,
Mm-hmm.
is you're sort of not getting the basic shape language down, and then you're starting to sort of finish before you've got, that makes sense?
Yeah, I was noticing that with my work. I was like, I tend to start loose, and then I get too, like, I start trying to finish it really like quickly, even though I just started like putting down the structure.
I think one of the main things you got to get down. Can I get I'm gonna get a cup of coffee, you guys. Hang on.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't, this class starts early, so I don't get my morning gallon of coffee before I get in here. Hang on. Okay, this is a really good question. Okay. And what I think this speaks to a little bit is restraint and process. Okay. I really learned this with painting first, probably, but you know, you sort of go, oh, I want to get to the finish of this painting or whatever, and you sort of skip over a bunch of stuff, and then you get to the painting finish, and it's just not that great.
Yeah.
And it was like missing, and I'm not saying there's not some good sketches in here, I'm talking about me.
No.
And then you go, like I would scan it or something, and I look at the scan and go, this thing looks terrible. And it's because I didn't really build the values correctly. I just sort of jumped over the line and kind of went to finish, right? And so I think, and I think with drawing, painting, whatever, and especially when you're first really getting this skill set together, I think you really have to, it's a kind of a practice in restraint, okay? Because you're sort of going, I want to, you know, there's always some part of the drawing we all like, okay?
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll start jumping over the line and going, I want to get to here, where I think what needs to happen, hang on, a little looser there. Not, see how this is sort of, this interior starting to feel like sort of an inflated balloon a little bit?
Yeah. How do
Why
I
is that?
fix that? Because I'm not doing like nuances and stuff.
Well, you're not giving me any other information other than this is this inflated thing with no interior information. So it's like a balloon animal, right?
So
some of that is just trying to get some, that's part of why I'm always going, get into the interior. Like this overlap is pretty nice in front of this arm, but like what's going on in this sleeve, you know? It's probably something. And, you know, after a while, and I know it's not, you know, you might not be comfortable with it yet. Like even this collar, you know, it doesn't just, the collar, like here's the neck, the collar doesn't just end like that. You know, there's like a little finish right there, you know, this, right? Like all those little things add up. Okay.
Okay.
Now, another thing, I think the key thing to this type of drawing or sketching or whatever is when you're throwing this down, the first thing I'm trying to do, and sometimes I do it, especially it depends on what kind of mood I'm in or how warmed up I am, but I might just go, that face is tilted. This is here. He's sort of leaning forward. Here's the table. He's got his laptop here. Now I'm also looking at where's the laptop land in relation to the body here. So I would have figured that out. Maybe his hand is here. That's there. There's the little apple thing. Here's the edge of the table. Let's say that lands there. And I'm just ghosting everything in sort of like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I
And
think I get kind of like caught up in like being afraid it's going to be a bad drawing. And so then I start like refining.
Okay,
it,
that's one of the
basically.
main, that's another great point. You're bringing up a lot of good stuff.
Okay.
One of the main things that I think you have to do, and I remember distinctly when this happened.
Mm.
I think it was like 25 years ago. So I don't know. Maybe 20 years. I don't remember. But I remember being in that mindset that a lot of people are in where they go, I'm going to go here and draw on Saturday for 2 hours. I'm going to practice this. And I finally realized, I'm like, that's bullshit. That doesn't work. And then I remember going, I am going to get my sketchbook and I'm just drawing. And I'm not going to give a crap if I make a good or bad drawing.
Mm.
And everything cracked open after I did that. Okay.
Mm.
Because you have to get over that fear of the white page, that fear of making a bad drawing, that fear of I'm going to have bad pages in my sketchbook. Who gives a crap?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I'd also say right now, when you're first learning this, I really think, and there was a CalArts teacher, and I can't remember the person's name, and I forgot the number that he would always use, so I always just paraphrase it. But he would come into some drawing class, and he'd go, all of you have 300,000 bad drawings in you, so let's get rid of them. And that's a great way to look at it. It's like you've got to tear through all this stuff, and then all of a sudden you're going to start to get into the good stuff. But you've got to do those miles to get there. Like that's the path there. Is you have to discard all this stuff to get here.
Yeah.
Okay? And then and I think these first sketchbooks you're doing in here, which is one of the reasons I like those Piccadillys, is they're a good sturdy sketchbook with decent paper in them, but they're inexpensive. And I just look at those and go, I'm filling this thing up. Like, yeah, I'm going to try and do a good job in it, but I know I'm going to make bad drawings in it. Screw it. I'm filling this up. And I'm throwing that aside. I'm getting me another one. I'm doing it again and again and again and again. And all of a sudden, pretty quickly, you'll start to see your work elevate pretty quickly.
Yeah.
If you do that, you want a shortcut, that's your shortcut. Okay.
Okay.
It's not really a shortcut. It's hard work, but it is a way to compress your learning curve and compress how much time you're spending, getting there. Right.
Yeah.
Questions you're asking are really good, which tells me you're paying attention and you're trying to do this because otherwise you wouldn't know to ask these questions. Okay. But do you see how what the first thing I'm trying to do is just to get the big shapes here?
Mm-hmm.
Then I'll go the mass of his, let's say it lands there. I don't know. Actually, it'd be here. There's his cuff. Then I start. Okay, so let's say that I go, its ear would be further back. How much of his cranium am I seeing? Okay, and then I go, he's got glasses. And his hair falls here. Okay, and that's way off. That should be over here. Because why? Because this shoulder goes right through the head like that, right?
Yeah.
And that's how I usually draw it, by the way. Because if you go put a head in, a lot of times you go bink, bink, it disconnects. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Whereas, and it also, it's going to land on the right spot because I go, oh, it lands right. Let's say it lands right there. And I just really ghost it in like that. And then I start building the two sides and I know they line up correctly.
Mm-hmm.
And then here's this, and I'm going to put, just to get some overlap, maybe I'll put a cup of coffee here. That's not overlap. I'll put it here. Maybe 2 cups of coffee here. Maybe he's got I don't know, book over here. Whatever. Now I got some stuff on it. But the main thing I'm trying to get here is I just want to make sure this feels like it should actually come over a little bit. I'm not sure. Make sure these knees are correctly lining up with however they are in the, in front of me. This, maybe there's a pocket there. Maybe there's a pocket here. Okay, if I think that this is sort of, now what would happen is I'd go, okay, now I'm going to adjust this collar. This actually comes down more like that. There's the top of his sleeve in relation to his ear. His arm actually lands here. And I start making little adjustments. And then I dive in and go, okay, now give that hair some value. Maybe show that mouth down there. You know, and I start developing these things out, right? I could put a knuckle and separate a finger right there.
I think I need to be a lot faster with these.
Say that again.
I think I need to be a lot faster with my sketches.
Okay, try not to think of it as speed. Try, the only thing with this, because the speed will happen, like I've said.
Right.
But what I would say with the speed idea is it's more about don't labor over the initial throwdown.
Yeah, I think that's what I mean.
Try and just throw that down. Okay.
Yeah.
I had a painting class one time, and the teacher, it was a really good thing. We would tone the board. We had to paint the model. They'd put up a model from life, right? In a crazy costume, on a wicker chair with a globe and a bunch of colored glass and a red light and a green light or whatever. And they go, okay, you got to paint it by the end of the day, right? And the first thing that we did when we first started the painting part is we'd tone the board, and then we'd get a pen, a pencil, and just he'd go throw that's drawing down. Just throw it down. Get the big shapes in there. And he goes, and then you got to learn how much drawing do you even need? What you're going to need are your big landmarks, because you're going to paint it. So doing this big finished drawing doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
And it also just taught me, like, wow, my drawings are better when I just throw them down loose like that and then build them a little bit, So it was a good lesson on both fronts,
Yeah.
But if I'm painting a model from life or whatever, I throw that drawing down pretty fast,
Yeah.
Because I'm going to find a lot of the shapes in the paint anyway.
I think I need to be more unashamed about like staring at people.
Look, you'll get better and better at it. Okay. When you first do it again, you're looking more, and you also get pretty, like, I'm pretty good at that person's I can just kind of tell they're gonna look over at me or something like that. And as soon as they look over at me, I'm sitting here looking this way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Pretty good at it.
Like a game.
People mostly don't know. Almost never do they know I'm drawing them.
Really?
No, hardly ever.
Oh.
And when I was drawing on the train, because I would take the train to work, and then sometimes so it could be on the train, or sometimes I take the express bus instead of taking my bike. And on the bus, especially, like, they have those two bench seats that face each other right when you walk in the bus.
Yeah.
And those things are like 4 or 5 feet apart. And I would sit there drawing people literally straight across from me. They wouldn't know.
Is it because, like, you're good at drawing, so you don't have to look at them as often? I don't know.
Yeah, that is part of it. It's experience.
Right.
But it's also, I sort of know. And the other good thing about the train, because another thing I used to do is I just get on the train, not going anywhere. I just go, I've never been on the blah, blah, blah line. I'd get on that and I just draw. And then, and then it would pull into some station. I go, this is a cool place to go draw. And I get off and go, it's super fun because you don't know where you're going.
Yeah. Maybe I'll do that next time.
Yeah, it's really fun. Really good spot to go is Mariachi Plaza. You ever go there?
No, I've never been there.
So the train, it's literally a station. They put a station at Mariachi Plaza. So you go in the train, you go up, and you're in Mariachi Plaza. It's a bunch of mariachi standing around. I mean, it's super fun. Because that's where they get jobs. It's sort of like a Home Depot for people,
Yeah, mariachi place. Okay.
But it's got this long history. There's a hotel across the street called the Mariachi Hotel. It's got a big gazebo in it, and it's just this sort of corner. It feels very old world. And then they set up card tables, and they sit there and play cards, and they all got their uniforms on, and somebody pulls up and goes, I got a quinceañera, I need a band, and they go, how much? $1,000. And
wow, that's
play.
So cool.
Yeah, it is cool.
Okay.
Great spot.
Yeah.
I think it's in Boyle Heights. It's just down the street from Olvera Street. It's like a couple miles down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I think not too far from the Arts District, I think.
Oh, okay. Cool. I'll look into it.
Is
it called Mariachi Plaza?
It's called Mariachi Plaza.
Oh, okay.
It's been a
Literally.
thing for a long time.
Oh, okay. Wow. That's
Look.
a piece of culture I didn't know about.
Oh, this is what drives me crazy about being locked up. That's what I like to show you.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I like to show you guys.
Mm.
Or even Olvera Street. You know, yeah, it's a tourist place, but it's still cool.
Mm. Yeah.
And you know, the great thing about when we go to Olvera Street is you got Olvera Street, you walk down, you got Felipe's, right?
Mm. Oh yeah, I've heard about
You got
that.
taquitos at Olvera Street, really good ones. Then you go beef dip sandwich and stew at Felipe's.
Basically eating all day.
Walk down the street, another 5 minutes, you're in Chinatown.
Yeah. I've been to
You
Chinatown.
walk 15 minutes, 10 minutes this way, you're downtown. You're at City Hall.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah.
just great stuff to draw all over the place, you know?
Yeah.
And there's parts of LA, man, downtown LA. You can go in there on the weekend. You'll just have it all to yourself. Like on Grand right now, especially right now, but even before, that whole area down on Grand, and it has right where the Angels flight comes up, that little whatever you can look out or whatever, all out at the city. What's cool about it though, it could be Chicago, it could be New York, it could be LA, it could be just any big city, because there's no big landmarks looking that way. They're just old buildings, you know, which is really cool stuff to draw and paint. I have a painting in my living room, an oil painting of that view.
Oh, nice.
But let me grab this real quick. This is Mariachi Plaza.
Oh, cool. Oh, look at the gazebo.
So they all just hang out there. It's weird.
Oh, I think. Oh, okay.
They just hang out there waiting for jobs. They're not usually playing. I've never seen them playing there, but
Oh, really?
no. This is more what it looks like. See how they're all sitting around over here playing cards and stuff?
Okay, cool.
I like that place.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Who else? Anybody else have questions? Those are good.
Thanks, Mike.
Did I answer everything?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Well, this may not be much of a question, but I was wondering if you could talk a little more about vignetting, because I've been trying to do that this week, but I've kind of been struggling with that.
Vignetting, let me grab the sketchbook a little bit. Or even this drawing. I'll go back to it. Hang on. Okay, like with these guys, especially with music, you know, music or whatever, the first thing I want to get is this, because there's going to be a certain posture here. You know, is he sort of kicked forward? Because sometimes I'll see them do that where they step out and they sort of kick the sacks out forward and kick their hips forward. Now, I don't know if he was doing that, but that's what I'm looking for. And then I'm just going to go lands there, drops there. And then I want to know where that opening lands. And then everything else I can sort of start to build around it. But the first thing I want to get is that gesture. It's really important. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Where'd you go? Am I frozen?
No,
I don't know where Aaron went.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah.
I used to do a lot of, let me see if I can find them.
Yeah, that one that's up right now. I struggled the most with that, trying to get the foreground, midground, and background, but
so like this, we're talking about vignetting.
yeah.
So like this, see how I'm letting this just drift off?
Yeah.
Now, I did that for two reasons. It's really one's the byproduct of another. And the byproduct of it is, hang on. The byproduct of it is, these were all done in a jazz place or whatever. And, very dynamic environment, no, bad lighting, stage lighting, very dark.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a little dimmer booklight on my book, just enough so I can see my page so I don't bother everybody. And that's how I'm drawing all these, right? Actually, at this gig, the guy came over to me after intermission, goes, "You can't do that here." And I go, "Bullshit, I can't do that here." But yeah, what are you, the sketch police? It's like, I go, call the cops. What am I doing that's wrong? I'm sitting here sketching. Get off my back. But anyway, you start throwing that down, and then I start, as I'm ghosting down, I go, this is going to go off the page. So I just stop it at a certain point where it feels pretty good from a design perspective. And I'd argue it's a better drawing than if I would have just drawn the whole guy there. It's a little more artistic. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it definitely works in this case.
Yeah. And see how he's sort of leaning forward?
Yeah.
So what I'm doing there is all, every musician, every whatever, they have a certain way they kind of groove along, and he did a lot of sort of leaning in, and doing this, right? So I'm going, okay, keeps hitting that pose, keeps hitting that pose, keeps hitting, that's the pose I'm going to go after. And it's dynamic and cool, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have another one. Like this guy, again, same idea. I want to get those hands in there. And he tends to drop down here while he's playing.
Yeah.
Make sense? I got some really good pictures of him, and he grooves along, but he drops way down here and he's playing like that, kind of like he's doing a little bit there, right?
Yeah.
This cluster of information is all I'm really interested in. I don't need to, there's a, part of the reason I talk about vignetting is a couple of things. Sometimes you don't have the sort of the room or it's not the right place to do this big, long finished drawing or whatever, but I can capture what's important. And what was important to me is that cluster of his hands in relation to the fretboard, in relation to where he would drop his head at. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So then I focus on that. Then I drop enough of that upright bass there, so it's an upright bass. And that's it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally.
Because to me, that's more a study in Hamilton Price's stage presence. That's what it's about,
Yeah.
Actually, I keep wanting to do a painting of him. I got to do that. So does that make sense on that scale or whatever?
Yeah, that part does.
Okay, and then let's look through a couple more of these because these are all musical things. Now, these are just little quick pen studies, right?
Yeah. Well, and there were similar studies. Like there was a lot of musicians out this week, and some of them were like stand-up bass players and
funnest stuff in the world to draw, man.
Oh yeah, like and just drawing that big bass, like that was just a struggle in itself. And
yeah, but here, look. One thing you can do to sort of line it up, because I think guitars and basses and all that stuff are kind of tricky. So sometimes, and I know I'm always telling you don't draw in boxes and all that stuff, which I do still stand by. But sometimes, I might, just to get some structure in it, I might kind of go, here's the neck, here's the headstock, comes down to about there. And then, you might go, there's the top. And I might just put that and then go, okay, it cuts in there. That way I know it goes right across here and cuts in there.
Yeah.
And then I can just get enough of the structure in here to get myself started. And then I go, okay, there's an F hole here and there's an F hole here. This actually comes down to here. Then the strings trail off this way and go to the thing. And this, I think, comes out a little more. And then I go, okay, the hand lands right there and his other hand is right here. And I just place it like that. And his head is about there.
Yeah.
And maybe in this case, he's looking off this way. Where's his shoulder at? Then that means this arm would come out here and this one would be down. And then I might go, you know, maybe this arm isn't, or this hand isn't placed right, and I got to pull that shoulder out a little bit and start to make this work. But that's basically how I'm going to kind of start it. Because what am I doing? I'm just what's the common thing that I always do here? I'm just landmarking everything.
Right. Yeah.
You know, because once I got those landmarks, I know that things are going to start to work because they're not wildly off. Right.
Right.
And then I go, okay, now this is a good case where if I was going, hey, I'm going to go off the page here a little bit because this headstock's actually way, you know, it's higher. I hate it when it does that. This is going to be, it's higher. So I might figure out some way to, you know, maybe I can see a little bit of it here or something, you know, maybe I see a tuning key or something. So a lot of times, again, it's like I meant to do that, but it's just really, I know I'm going to go sailing off that page, but I don't care. It's all very in the moment. I'm not really thinking about it that much. I'm just reacting to it and go, how do I design this? You know, once I throw a couple things down, I sort of let the page design itself. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and then I could put all this stuff. Maybe he's got glasses. I don't know what's going on with my pen here. He's got a collar. He's got this, you know, and I just keep looking up and going, this should be way further down. You know, I'm constantly readjusting all the time. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah.
There's that top plane of the hand here. Maybe the thumb's back there. I don't know where that would be. And maybe I can see a little more over here because he's sort of, I think this has like another cut right there. I can't remember. Then I put that little trim on it. This to me is important. The strings sort of angle off down to the bridge here.
Yeah.
You know, and then maybe I just show a little of that and I'm out. You know, I don't put, you know, I put some value in it or whatever, you know, adjust it and I'm done, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes I just make a lousy drawing. I make another drawing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's another one. It's very quick, right?
Right. Well, with those, there's no background or anything. So,
because I focused on just him.
Okay. Yeah, the struggle was, I mean, we were to incorporate crowds and background and things we've learned up to this point, but
well, like if you cluster them this way and let them drift off.
Okay.
Right. Now this is super fast. That's why this guy's proportion's weird. This is the first time I ever went there, but I don't need more information than that here. All I need is the piano and he's sitting in front of it. Boom, he's a piano player. I know that, right?
Okay. Yeah, I think I know where my problem was. I may have been putting too much information.
Yeah, that's probably it. I'm trying to find more of these that have other people. This one, it's a little bit vignetted, just in the sense that I'm giving you his piano and he's sitting behind the piano and that's all you need. That was my view that I had, right?
Yeah.
His drummer was sitting back here, but I didn't really connect them there. I just threw the drummer in. See if there's any other ones. Another one. And again, this one, I know it's not vignetted. Well, it is vignetted here. But this one, even getting this lean of this audience member correct where he feels natural is important to me. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then same thing here. Here we are again, only I'm giving you a little, and there it is going off the page right there, but it's fine. Going off the page down here. And that's a nice little composition.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or whatever you want to call it. So it's always, here's another one, just giving you part of the piano and that sort of leaning back, right? This guy was on fire that night, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I think I was talking to you guys about that piano player that was on fire when I was drawing him. It's this guy. But getting that kind of pulled back, confident kind of look he had. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Very sketchy and loose, right? I love this kind of drawing, actually. I love doing that kind of drawing. I already said that one. I already said that one. That one. You know, and sometimes I do a little more finished out, just studies of like hands and things like that, right? And actually, I think I did a little painting of Mondello. Get rid of these. So I think, yes, I think you're probably giving too much information. Where did this all go? I got Joyce's open. Hang on. There we go. You're starting to get it here. Okay, but here's the thing that you got to be careful of. You're going wall to wall on the paper.
Yeah.
Okay, that's, I think, something that's a big danger, I think, with this kind of drawing. I think in general. Is thinking of like, I got to fill up this whole page. No, you don't. You know what I mean? So we're going wall to wall with the drawing. And like, sometimes I do, but I'm going to really balance that drawing out if I'm making that much of an, a statement across the whole page like that. Once in a while I do it. I don't do it that often. And even if I do, I have one from Farmer's Market. Shit, I don't know if I actually, let me find this one real quick, you guys.
Would I use different elements to maybe frame it or to kind of crop it in the page? Or
well, what I would do, like on something like this, I'm trying to find this. Let me see if I can find this quick or not. Let me look at the chat. What happened to me? Who was talking about this? Joyce. You said, oh my God, if that happened to him, what happened to Mike happened to me. What are you talking about?
When that guy tried to kick you out for drawing in the...
Oh, I didn't care about that.
Yeah, it would have been so like scared.
He didn't try to kick me out. He told me I couldn't do that, which is just an insane thing to say.
Who was it? Why was he saying that?
He was like it was, okay, so Delfio, the first time Delfio played, he played at the Merc, which was awesome because it's a tiny room. And he just brought in this amazing band and they just blew the roof off that place. And then, and he's a big deal. He's a trombone player. And he brought in John Clayton and Winard Harper. I mean, it was an amazing band. Anyway, the next time they played in the little theater, which is still fairly small, but I really like that small room. And the theater, there's, theater ushers or whatever they are, security guys or whatever. And he's the guy that came over and did that. It was really weird. You know what I mean? And then I just go, well, I can draw if I want to draw, dude. This ain't, some dictatorship. You can't tell me I can't draw. That's ridiculous. If I was sitting there taking flash photography, I could see that because that would disturb everybody, disturb the band. That would make sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm like, look, man, I'm deliberately finding a spot where I can sit where I'm not next to anybody. I bring a book light that has a dimmer on it, and I can barely see my page. Barely. I'd have just enough light on it to see it. And then you're coming over and going, you can't do that. Get out of here, man. You know what I mean?
What did he say when you said like
not much of anything, to be honest. Because when I go, give me a reason why I can't do this. You know what I mean? And I go, look, and I also told him, I go, look, I don't want to get in an argument here. I brought my nephew here. We're digging this jazz show. Like, don't screw it up. I go, plus you're creating a scene for all these other people around here. Stop being an asshole. And he kind of just backed off. Let me see if I can find this really quick. The only problem is I have no idea when I did it. I did one of a crowd over. I should have pulled this out a long time ago. Over at Farmer's Market. Oh, here's one of the. This one's that's how my book light looks in a music place, right?
Yeah.
Barely see it, but it's enough.
Be no different than the candles they'd probably have on the tables.
Yeah, but those aren't directed on my page. They're sort of directed up.
Not that intense or distracting or anything.
There's another one. This one's from a jazz club.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, here's a vignetted, kind of vignetted one. Right? That makes sense?
A little bit.
Yeah.
What do you mean a little bit? That's exactly it.
Oh, okay. I'm just kind of looking at it right then and right here. Like I can see that there's two people there in the background, and then there's kind of like the space on the left and right below them.
Yeah. So what I'm doing here is I'm just giving this, and if you notice, I use this dark value to like glue all that together. So it's almost a graphic element behind her to push her forward. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay. That makes
And
sense.
then I gave you her purse and this various stuff just to give you another foreground, middle ground, background. Yeah.
That makes much more sense. Yes.
And then some grumpy old dude. Let's see if I can find this. Same place. Now there's nothing behind him, just concentrated on him. Let me see. I'm trying to find the one from Farmer's Market. Graphic elements. Using the smoke as a graphic element. This dude who's eating menudo. Or steam, not smoke. This is sort of a vignetted thing, not with a crowd because nobody was there yet, but sort of really putting the emphasis on this gazebo, then this, and then all of this drops away, right? It looks like there's a lot of stuff going on back there, but there's not.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Told another vignetted idea. So, and notice I'm not going all the way to the edge of the page, really, sort of clustering the information, letting it dissipate out.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Clustering, dissipating, right?
Yeah.
Which I think is a good way to look at it. It's a good way to look at curly hair, by the way. Here's a quick one from a graduation ceremony. Cluster of people, speaker, cluster of people, big, dark, you know, just enough to give you what it is, right?
Yeah.
When was that anyway? Of course, it's covering up the date. 2018, 1920. Oh, it's 2 years ago. Another one sort of just using the backdrop, right?
Yeah.
And why is the backdrop important? Because the thing that struck me about this place, because I never go to sports bars, is there's 90,000 TVs in there. And every guy in this place looks just like that, that's just weird to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
They all look just like that. They're all kind of heavy. They all have a goatee. They all have a baseball hat on usually. And they all wear those big oversized whatever those are called. Sports jerseys or whatever they're called.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can't find it here in a minute. Here's one. This is a warm up. So it is a good example of that where you have the person, then an overlap, and this gets much lighter. One person back here, and then just a bunch of sort of general information back there, but not that much, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So clustering, dissipating, right?
Right.
And if I can find this there's Todd. Here's another one at lunch. Got this guy. This is while I was eating lunch. Get enough on the table. I might have made some of that up, but I think he was drinking wine. And then look, there's the crowd. There's a little bit of the kitchen back there. There's a cook back there, and it all drops off.
Yeah, I totally see
drops
that.
off, right?
Yeah.
And this was done eating lunch with a bunch of other people from Fullerton. So this is literally during lunch, right? Just sitting there drawing the guy, right?
Yeah.
With a bunch of people who call themselves artists and none of them are drawing, which I think is weird. I know this is a ways back, but I should be able to find it. There's another jazz drawing. Here's a little study from one of those jazz gigs, right?
Yeah.
In oil. I did a painting of that guy. Come on. Another jazz thing. Another sort of vignetted idea here. Table, everything just sort of drops off out of that. Both of these people just look very unhappy with each other. And that's what's interesting to me. Where is this stupid drawing? This one has a lot of people in it. Oh, there it is. Okay, so there's a really good example. Now I'm going a little bit page to page here, but if you notice as it goes out towards the edge of the page, it's starting to sort of, information gets very limited.
Yeah.
Okay. Where's the eye focal? It's right here. Why? Because I get the most value and contrast on those two guys.
Yes.
Right.
Right.
And then, you know, and then these people here, I just really, and then look out here, it's starting to really fall, and then look back here, and then look back here, and notice how all my line work and all my values drop off right off after this.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I just put this chair here because I needed an element right there. Just needed to feel like stopped right there instead of just being this big open area. So I'm thinking of it as design. I'm looking in the room and going, what can I use from a design perspective? Like I need something there. That chair was probably there. So then I have to make a decision, go, well, that's too empty right there. So I'm gonna throw that chair in there. Or that chair might be over there. And I go, I need something over here, and I'll put a chair over here. Actually, it might have been somewhere else. I don't know where it was. You know, give you a big dark blast right there on this guy's shirt.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, totally.
This guy was somebody, but I couldn't figure out who he was, but he was somebody. It was obvious what he was talking about. Somebody in show business or something. You know, a little bit of this, and then what's nice about these kind of environments, the farmers market over at 3rd and Fairfax has a, you know, it's outside, but it's an interior kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
If that makes any sense. It has a lot of like signage and little shops and chairs and tables and a tree and a bush, and then so it's got a big jumble of information, which I love, right?
Yeah.
So then I can come up here and go, I'm going to throw that little sign in there, this little thing here, and I can find little things to break up the space. You know, I might see a sign over there and go, I'm gonna pull that over here so I can break up that space and break that edge and break that silhouette. And I'm going to pull this over here and I can do that little sign with a little chain. So I can draw that little chain thing, which all I'm going to do is indicate. But it's interesting that it's hanging from a chain as opposed to being mounted on the wall, you know, and it's in front of something. So it gives me another layer of foreground, middle ground, background. It keeps, you know, all these things are, and it's also sort of dancing these things around. By dancing, if you notice, this scene has a certain activity to it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that's what I'm talking about. Like this feels, because I was there, this feels kind of like that day felt. It was very active. I love that environment. That's one of my favorite places to draw. It feels like it's got movement. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And it's not just the people. Now, if I draw all the people, you know, like that Hildebrandt painting I was showing you, where everybody's like, you know, gesturing like this, it's not going to look active. Okay. But if I throw it down really fast and get that lean and get these main ideas of like a lean or a gesture or a sign in front of something, because it's not just the people that are giving it movement. It's those nice little shapes that you pop in there and you get some active, you know, people talking and, you know, glasses clinking and silverware. And it's a very active environment. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I think one of the main things is to think of it as sort of gathering and then dissipating. You got a main focal point and then you start to trail off from it. You know, you got a main focal point. Hey, like sometimes you'll put something down. Like this is a lot what drives these things because it's very improvisational. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it should be improvisational. Is that you go in and you go, okay, I threw the band down and that's kind of cool, but it needs something to lock it all together. So then I might go, I'm going to put an amp. That guy's got an amp behind him. That gives me like, it's almost like this. Like, you know how in like a lot of presentation drawings, they'll do something like, you know, they'll draw. Let's see if I can use this one. Hang on. Like, let's say I draw this guy, right? And then let's say that, what happened? And let's say I got this guy blocked in and I liked it, right? What happens in your brain, or at least in my brain, I'd have to adjust this leg, it's still not right. I'm not gonna worry about that. And I go, well, I feel like I need to get that in there to ground this chair or whatever. And let's say that I get it in there and then I go, okay, there's some value in there. And there'd be like the table thing. Okay, and let's say I get that and I go, eh. And you know how sometimes they will go, in presentation drawings, they'll do something like this, or, you know, some variation of this. I mean, I do it all the time too. And you'll do something like that.
Oh yeah.
Across the background to sort of lock things together and pop them and all that. Damned eraser, there it is. So this wouldn't be here, obviously. You know, they'll do something like that.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, it's a good device.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what I'm saying is I might go, if this guy, let's say this guy is playing piano, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Sort of a similar. So let's go. So let's say, oops. Let's say this is a piano. And now I get this cool, that, you know, the thing that goes over it.
Yeah.
And then I get this cool little thing there. And then maybe this is sheet music. And there's that. And then you have these big, really interesting legs on these things.
Mm-hmm.
And then I go, okay, so that's cool, right? That's a cool little vignette, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But okay, and he's probably not going to have this. What happened? Oh, I'm on. No, I'm not. Okay, what am I doing here? Hang on. That's weird. Oh, because I'm underneath it, that's why. This isn't going to be there. I'm going to go over this now. And what's going to be here is a little bench, piano bench. Okay. So let's say that I start there and then I go, well, I need something in the background.
Yeah.
So I might go, well, the guitar player has a little amp back here. Now, if I was also doing this in color, that amp gives me an excuse to put a little pink, a little red light on it, you know?
Yeah.
And they have these little corner pieces on the amp. You know, maybe this is just a little screen or whatever. And then I could have the cord coming out and going wherever it goes. And let's say, maybe I'll just ghost the drummer back here, or just some of his drums. I'd start, and this I probably would totally just ghost. Just put enough of the hardware. I like to get enough of the just general information of how the stuff is put together. And then a symbol. Maybe this guy's just ghosted back here. And his hands are like, you know, this kind of thing. Not this kind of thing. Why? Why is that important? Rock drummers usually play like this.
Yeah.
Jazz drummers a lot of times play like this, right?
Right.
So I'd put that and I'd go, here's the stick. maybe here's the other stick. Maybe, you know, sometimes they have both. Sometimes they're doing that, right? But I like the hand gestures. You know, it's more interesting. You know, this can be cool, but like if one's doing that and the other one's doing that, I might give one hand brushes instead of, you know, maybe they're both brushes instead of sticks, you know.
Yeah.
And then I'd probably, you know, look at how he's playing and maybe his head's tilted down here. And all this would be ghosted down, okay? So it would be pushed back. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And now, so what I'm trying to do here is kind of the same idea we just talked about, where you have that bar back there, but I'm creating a mask back there that'll pop him forward. It's the same idea, right?
Right.
And then this guy, I'm just going to give you enough information back there to say there's a guy back there. Maybe he's got a hat on. And, you know, and I probably don't need that much more. I probably would have pushed him over a little more, like maybe over there. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, and then I can go, is there one more element I can go behind there? And, you know, like at the club I go to, they have a couple of pictures back here on the wall. So I might just barely knock them in. You know, and this actually I think comes down like that or something. I can't remember. And I might get a little bit of this information on the inside of the piano. Just kind of ghost it, some shapes.
Yeah.
This I think rolls out somewhere. I can't remember where. And I would like it to roll out because it makes this shape a little more interesting, right?
Right.
Gives me a curve in there, you know, it's kind of nice, right? And then I'd probably I'd take the side of my pencil and I'd knock this whole piano into a dark value. Nice, velvety dark value. And then I come in with my kneaded eraser and I pull out all the little highlights on it. Like right on that curve, there'd be a nice highlight. You know, this element up here would probably just stay a nice dark element because it's underneath the lighting. See how that frames it? Right?
Right. Right.
So that's how I'm looking at it. I'm looking at all these things as tools to design with.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like this is a nice to have this big diagonal in there to frame everything.
Right.
And it's not just and I'm looking for that all the time because a lot of times what people do with this kind of thing is they sort of do, you see this a lot with entertainment design. And I'm not saying that to pick on entertainment design. It just, there's a lot of formula in that. You know, the big tree here, and that's very dark. And the bush and the barrel. And this is all very dark. And then, you know, the curve of the thing. Then you go out here, it's a mid-tone. Then you go out here and it's very light. You know what I mean? And it becomes very formulaic. And you're like, okay, I can pull up any entertainment design program in the country and you will see that over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Okay. Right. It's a formula. Now, it's a good teaching tool because it teaches you like, hey, here's a very quick way to look at atmospheric perspective. And that's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
The problem is when you guys take these things and just start doing the formula and 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 doing the formula. It's like, it's the reason I don't like looking at that work, that field of work, because I just go, it's all the same. You know, every now and then you see people who are just monster talented at it and they're fun to look at. But the majority of it from a school perspective, just any school, is I go to any entertainment design program in the country and I go, this all looks the same. You know what I mean? And part of that is because they're not doing this. They're not digging into just, let's draw, let's learn how to sketch. Let's forget about all that and let's just do this. Okay. Because then hopefully, and working observationally, everything, hopefully, it's the other thing that should do, hopefully, it's not just that you're learning editing, scene building, you know, all those things, contrast, value, blah, blah, blah. It's also that hopefully it leads you down a rabbit hole that starts leading to your point of view. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because
Yeah.
if I'm hiring a designer, I'm hiring their point of view. I don't want them to have my point of view. I want to look at their stuff and go, wow, I'd never thought of that. That is cool. You know what I mean? I need this person on this team because that thinking doesn't exist here. You know, I don't think like that. Nobody else on my team thinks like that. So I want that. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
I don't, when I look at a portfolio and it's all formulaic, next, who wants that? You know what I mean? And then if I see any hint of like just sort of copying and all that kind of thing, I just go. And what's really weird about it too is a lot of times people will sort of take maybe a really famous like viz dev thing or somebody's thing, you know, that you just see all the time. And because you see it all the time because it's great. And they do some variation on it. You know what I mean? So then you look at it and you go, oh, wow, you're really into Carter Goodrich. Huh? Oh, how'd you know? It's like, because everything in here looks like Carter Goodrich, like a second rate Carter Goodrich or fifth rate or 100th rate, because you're not, whoever invented that, whoever has their style, they own it. You can't ever be as good at them at their style. You can get influenced by it, but you can't do it better than them. They invented it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And everybody invents their own style. I'm not saying just these big people. When you land on we had a student here years ago. I think it was Christina Cornett, and I remember looking at the case in the hallway, and it was character design stuff. And most of the time, I don't even look at it because it all looks the same. But bing, my eye went right to her stuff, and I went, "Wow, she's got her own point of view. Like I can see what the influences are, but she's doing her own thing. You know what I mean? And now she's working like at a video game place or whatever."
Okay.
Okay, does that all make sense?
Yes.
And does that answer that?
Yes, it does.
Okay, great. So actually, I hadn't thought of this, but gathering and dissipation, I think, is kind of a good theme. Your eye cluster the values and the interesting stuff and then trail it off and then look at it. You're constantly should be evaluating it because none of these things are a formula. You don't always need a background. You don't always need a foreground. You don't always need, you know, when you're vignetting scenes and creating scenes, it's sort of you throw things down and then you sort of go, what does it need? Okay. Now with that piano, boy, if I can get that big diagonal dark in there and just boom, frame that and push everything behind it, I'm going to do that. That's great. You know, and if you look around, you know, situations and all that sort of thing, they sort of, a lot of times it'll hand you a lot of cool stuff.
Right.
You know, if you just look, like, I don't know why. And I think this is because I've been painting in my sketchbook so much. When I'm driving around right now up here, I'm just going composition, 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 composition. I got to paint there. 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 And they're all places I've seen 10,000 times. But because I've been diving into my sketchbook and painting a lot, just to loosen up, boom, it unlocked my compositional painting brain. I don't know why, you know what I mean? But that's what I think a sketchbook does. And whether you're doing it with color, you're doing it with drawing or whatever, follow the rabbit hole. Just let it go. You know what I mean? See where it goes, because your style will fall into your lap if you do that.
Right.
Okay. And your kind of everything will start falling in your lap. I mean, you're working really hard. It's not like it just falls out of heaven because you did it. You're working really hard. And then all of a sudden you start to notice, like, you sort of stylize things this way when you start stylizing, and, you know, you just start doing that sort of, you know, it just sort of happens. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like, when Pete, don't buy into this, like, finding your style. It's like bullshit. It finds you. Okay.
Yeah.
And it finds you through hard work.
Agreed. Yeah.
All this stuff is just hard work. You know. Today's the 20th, right? Yeah.
Hey, Mike, I hate to throw off your groove, but I cannot see your shared screen for some reason.
Is everybody else seeing it?
I see it.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's weird. I don't know. Who is that? Who just said that?
This is Eric.
Where are you at? How come I'm not seeing it? Oh, there you are. That's weird.
It kicked me out halfway through when you were going over mine, and then when I came back, it didn't allow me to see your screen anymore. So I'm just, and I've been like pushing all the Zoom buttons. I can't find it.
Sometimes it does this weird, because it did it to me yesterday, actually.
Should I like leave and come back? Maybe.
Yeah, I would try that first.
Okay, I'll do that.
That's the extent of my knowledge base on this.
Same. Okay, cool. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. Other questions?
Mike, I have a question.
Yeah.
How do you stop drawing like so big? Because like when I started drawing the head, the whole body, after that, I draw it all big.
Yeah, everybody
Like
does
how
that.
do I reframe from drawing smaller?
Okay, what I do, and I think it's just common. That's a common issue. I ghost everything like, okay, I'm drawing this guy in a chair. I barely draw this in. I go, there's the head. There's the mass of the body. There's the legs. There's the table. And I just go, is that going to be okay? And if it's not, I draw it so light I can just erase it out. Or I just draw over it. I don't care. But I ghost things in to place them before I ever do any actual drawing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. All right.
Yeah.
I was trying to like
you can do the same
sketch out the body like
Yeah, well, you can treat it like this. This is what I do. I might just put a square here for
I
the,
usually end up
huh?
when I start drawing like the head thing, the whole body becomes big and like kind of matches with that.
No, that's why you got to ghost it in just like, sometimes I just do it like this. Just with sort of geometric shapes like that. Really, really light. And I just make sure that it's fitting on the page the way I want.
Okay.
And you can do it with buildings. You can do it with anything. You know, and then I go, okay, that's not too bad. You know, because I don't really, yeah, I can even get his feet, you know, if I want to get everything in there. He should be looking down, you know, blah, blah, blah. Put this here. That way I can have his hand hanging off here. And I go, okay, it'll all fit there. Put the thing here. And that I do really light, like I can barely see it. And then I go, everything fits. And then I can start. Now I got a guide. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Thanks.
But really, and another thing, you guys, you know, that's also going to help you. That first stuff you're throwing down with that really light line is teaching your hand sensitivity. Okay. And that's going to carry into painting and things like that. Okay. That sensitivity of the way you handle your drawing tools and things is really important. And it's going to get sharper and sharper. Right. So first you're doing it nice and light and loose, and then you're sort of building a little more structure and then turning this way and getting a little more, you know, on and on and on. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Let me get a screen grab here. Hey, Eric.
Yeah.
Did it work?
Yeah, it did.
Oh, wow.
I can see your screen. I don't know what was going on, but
I don't know. The other day I got kicked out of the meeting for some reason. And when I came back in, I couldn't share my screen, which makes no sense.
I don't understand this.
You know what? For the most part, Zoom works pretty damn good. I'll give them credit. And it's a fairly simple thing. It's just there's little things, you know.
Yeah.
Like the bar, my bar up here. I have, you know, I pull it over here, but it always goes over the other screen. It just went over and did it again.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, I don't want this here. I put it over here. Why do you keep putting it over? It's just stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not
But
like,
I'm back now.
yeah, it's not major stuff. Okay, let me see. Okay, any other questions?
I have a question.
Sure. Oh, I got to
Okay.
make a book list for you.
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you. So I have a specific question about one of my pictures.
Okay, let me pull it up. Oh, there you are. These better be good.
I'm not so sure about that.
Okay, what's the question?
Okay, so I think it's in the sixth one. I yes, that one. So I was trying to create contrast between the bridge, the ground, and the tree. And I'm just not sure if I did that correctly. So
I think it looks cool. I think it looks cool.
Okay.
Here's what I probably do here, maybe. Because there's like a hill. Where is this?
It's at some park. I have absolutely no idea what park it was, though.
You just sort of appeared there and you're like, what?
Yes, I spawned there.
Okay, so back here, I might have just done a really light value.
Okay.
Maybe, you know, I mean, I'm not standing there. And again, this is why you got to get really good with the side of your pencil and get those really velvety tones, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I'll start getting it a pin pretty soon. Just a little of that, right?
Okay.
And then I might come in here and just here and there, knock in a little darker.
Okay, got it.
I don't really want it to compete with the stuff down below, but I need to shape it out a little.
Okay, got it.
The whole goal here is to sort of give everything form, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to talk a little bit later on. I'll talk a little bit about adding some black watercolor into this sort of thing.
Okay.
I've showed you guys my little black watercolor pill box, right?
Yes, you have.
I use that a lot. Let me see if I have it here. Over at the cafeteria, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, you know, I can throw down very minimal line work really and just sort of boom, knock. I always call it reducing my line mileage.
Mm-hmm.
If I want to get a quick just thing, right?
Yes.
Those ones I was showing earlier, the mariachis, I just threw down quick line drawings and then I just went in with a water brush and some black watercolor and just knocked in all the values, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then I have one. Now there's a couple of ways we'll go over in here. Actually, I think I've talked a little bit about this. Like this idea, this is just a quick demo on location of taking powdered graphite and throwing that down and then lifting everything out of it, right?
Okay.
Doing that. And what I'm trying to talk about here is like locking values together because this kind of reminds me of that.
Okay.
Same idea here. Graphite wash and then pulling it out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
okay.
when you do that, and I'm kind of think, see, it's working a little better now.
Yeah.
Now, why is that? It's not just the values. Why does the values work? Well, or what is that doing?
You're kind of making it like more of like a 3D shape by having that shadow side.
That's it. But what we're actually trying to do here is lock these three ideas together into one idea.
Ah, okay.
Because what can happen is you sort of get these floating elements that aren't connected.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And by putting in shapes and locking them together with some nice shapes, it creates a scene, right?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And then I'd put a couple of leaves, you know, clustered. Just that kind of stuff. Structure this up a little bit. Now I'd go back in and structure that out.
It was kind of a boring, like a cone shape at the top. So it wasn't a really detailed lamppost. So
I make it a better lamppost.
Okay, got it.
Now, look, I know that takes some time. I know there's, you know, the reason I'm saying that is that down the road, I want you to be able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And this will lead to that. Okay. That's why I'm saying it. I'm not saying, no, go do it right now. Because I know when I first started doing this stuff, I was like, I don't even know how to draw this shit yet. I'm supposed to move it around, you know?
Yeah.
And then I like to just put banners on these things. And then I always put myself on the banner.
Okay.
Very angry. I do it all the time because I want to see people even notice it, and they never notice it, which I think is funny.
Or maybe they're too scared to point it out.
Yeah, they just don't. It's usually like, it's not usually that prominent. It's usually way in the background, or there's a bar way in the background. I'll put Mike's place or whatever.
Okay.
You know, so I can, you know, maybe it feels like there could be a little something there. I just like that continues this line there. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then here I might pull a little dark into a few of these.
Okay.
Just to give them a little bit of thing. And then I like things like trash cans, and especially this one. This is right in the foreground.
Okay.
These usually, if it's this, I don't know what kind of trash can it is. Let's do that. I'm going to draw the Fullerton trash can just because I know how those are.
And those are like the nice looking trash cans too. They look nice.
Yeah. So that gives a little more interest, right? And then, you know, if the sun's like up here, I might be able to get some dappled light in here with the tree shadows in there. And that I just put down a whole tone and lift out some of the dappled light, if it's there.
Okay.
I mean, you don't have to do that. What I'm trying to do is just keep going. And then I might put a little secondary, really pretty light value, little shrubs and stuff back here.
Okay.
And we're just starting to populate it a little bit, yeah?
Yes. So was it okay that I put such like a dark value on the right side of the bridge?
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I like that.
Okay, got it.
Starting to think, that's very Ted Kotsky.
Yeah, we actually got one of his books from the library, and I was just looking at it, and oh my gosh, his sketches are just absolutely mind-blowing.
Yeah, I love that guy.
Cool.
You got to find the one where he's on the back of it. The one I had, I don't know where it went, which really bums me out. I think I've said this before, but he's on the back of it, and he just looks like such a hard ass, which I love, you know, starch white shirt, collar, and he's like sitting behind his desk, you know, and you're like, holy shit, I bet that guy was a monster in the classroom, you know, and he might have been the nicest guy in the world, who knows. But I just heard these stories of Bridgman. You know who Bridgman is?
I don't think so.
Okay, that's one book that I think you should get because you can get it really cheap. It's Bridgman's Complete Book of Life Drawing, I think it's called. And I'll bring some up and show you why I think that's amazing. Anyway, he used to teach at the Art Students League in New York in like, I don't know, the 40s or something. And I didn't know this. I had this kind of image of him, but apparently he would do crits where he was always smoking a cigar and he was pretty crocked. And they said he was just brutal. You know what I mean? Yeah?
Yeah. What was the book again? Sorry?
Bridgman's Complete Book of Life Drawing.
Okay, thank you.
And well, I'll bring up a few of them later on. Okay, so see how we just sort of added up to it a little bit?
Yeah.
You know, and then I can do the little cliche things like there's a bird up here. Maybe some clouds back there, whatever.
Okay.
I like this. It's nice and balanced. You're really into value, huh?
Yeah, I am.
That's not a bad thing. What's interesting is you're sort of really thinking shapy. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like you're butting up a dark shape to pop a light shape. That's very Ted Kotsky. And you were doing that actually before I turned you on to Ted Kotsky.
Yes.
But that's why I think he's resonating with you, is you're kind of going, oh yeah, right?
Yes.
These are nice and loose. See, these are nice and loose. Now, do these nice loose things. And then let me see if I can find a good one to work over. This is pretty nice. That's making dinner?
Yeah.
At home?
Yes.
I think that's something, I was thinking about this, that you know, everybody should draw what they want to draw. I think drawing your family is something, and I wish I'd done more of it. I think that's actually a really cool thing to do. You know?
Yeah.
Like I wish I don't have any drawings of my dad. You know, I should have 100 drawings of my dad. You know what I mean? And then they're gone and you go, oh shit, I can never just sit there and draw them, you know?
Yeah.
And I think as you get older, those are going to be really cherished drawings, I think.
Okay.
Because, you know, you're going to go, that's my mom. You captured it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You captured what that, like, you're going to look back even at this drawing or whatever, little quick drawings and go, I remember that day. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I remember my mom making food. Show them to your kids. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it's fun too, because the kids go, wow, grandma looks really young in that. And you're like, yeah, she was.
Yep.
So I'm just kind of, okay, so what I'm saying is now you're throwing down these really nice loose ideas, which to me is the whole foundation for this whole thing. Okay.
Okay.
Now you can go over and take a pass at just starting to structure over that a little bit, right?
Okay. Got it.
Throw down that loose drawing and then go in and just structure it a little bit, just what you need. And that's, you know, and some of it now can be, you know, if you're starting to develop the style where you like to bump dark shapes in there and up against lighter shapes, go for it, right?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But what I love to do is come in here and pick out what, you know, pick out my lines.
Yes.
Like if you look at these drawings, and again, I'm going to go back to Glenn Keane again, but there's some things about him that I think are really resonate with me.
I was watching some interviews that he did. He was talking about like the transformation scene in Beauty and the Beast, and it's so cool to watch him talk about it. And he was so excited, and just it was really cool to just like see his excitement and like how he like took like parts of like his own life, and like he went to like museums to like look at all these fancy statues, and then he like took
Rodin. He loves Rodin.
Yeah. And it was so cool to see that.
Yeah. And you know what I love about him? Mm-hmm. He's been doing this a long time, and he has. He's considered one of the best animator, or like the best animator, living animator in the world right now. Right? And if you listen to him, because I've heard a lot of interviews with him, and again, he lives up here, but I never run into him. A lot of other people have, which pisses me off. If you listen to him, his excitement just for drawing is so obvious. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's contagious too.
Yes, it is contagious. And I've met people who've ran into him up here, and they go, man, he's the nicest guy in the world. And I know people have worked with him, and I go, boy, what was that like? That sounds terrifying. They go, he was great, you know?
Yeah.
You know, he's a Christian and stuff, so maybe that has something to do with his attitude towards people. I don't know.
Okay.
He doesn't, you know, he's not preachy or anything, but he just is.
Yeah.
And somebody up here, these two guys I met up here, they go, oh yeah, we ran into him. He invited us over for wine or something. I go, oh. Yeah, he showed us his studio.
Oh, that would be so awesome.
I know. And I'm like, okay, I'm not all starstruck, but that's not starstruck. I really admire that guy's talent.
Yeah.
And the way he lives his life.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where'd that go?
I think there's a difference between starstruck and like, you're just a good person and I want to know you.
Yeah, that's
know,
true. Yeah,
that's how I kind of see him. I'm like, it would be cool because you've done all this Disney animation, blah blah blah. But like, you're just like she was saying, like hearing his interviews and stuff. It's like I just like to hear you talk. You know, I just want to be a sponge.
You know what?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? A friend of mine I've talked about before, Mario. He was an animator with Disney forever. He's no different to me. I like knowing Mario. He's not famous, but I like knowing him for the same damn reason. I think he's insanely talented. He's a great guy. A really great guy. Okay, so look. Look how he's exactly what we're talking about. He's thrown that posture down really loose. Then he's gone in with that fat pencil and picked the good stuff and emphasized it. Do you see that?
Yes.
He draws exactly like what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
See what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Look at that, all that loose construction line stuff under it. And then he just goes in there and goes, lights up here, boom, 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 boom. And he picks the good ones. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a really cool one. I think I told you guys. There's another one. Look at that.
Those look so cool.
I know. That's exactly what I want you to do. That's it. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense.
And you can see the relationship to what we're talking about, right?
Yes, I can.
And by the way, part of the reason animators are working like that, or people like, not just animators, is because the first thing you want to throw down is dynamic. You know, like even this scene right here, this one, where it's not some big action scene, there is a sense of communication and sense of ease in the pose, and sense of connection of these two individuals communicating.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
There's one, he did one, I think the time I saw it is they worked on Treasure Planet over at the North Studio, which I think is gone. And I don't know why I was over at the North Studio, I don't remember. And but I remember there was a bunch of Treasure Planet, you know, they were working on it.
Mm-hmm.
And there was this one drawing I'm always trying to find. It's pretty, usually I can find it. Look at these. But it was this great, just loose drawing. It looks like he did it with a grease pencil. Loose drawing, and then he just went in and punched these lines in it. That's why he likes sculpture so much. You see the way he just like has so much form in his line work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's sculptural, right?
Yes.
Look at these. This is total example of what we're talking about. Look how loose they are.
Uh-huh.
And then look, punch this line to separate it, this line, that line to separate from the face. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do.
That line to separate. You guys should be able to start looking at these now and deconstructing them and understanding how they're working. You should have enough knowledge by now to do that. Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And it's a good thing, you know, I wouldn't say going and copying whatever, but when you're looking at a great drawing, when you're liking Glenn Keane, yeah, break it apart a little and go look at a drawing and analyze it. Go, oh yeah, I see how he's separating that and how he's going in real loose and then punching the lines that he wants to use, and so on and so forth. You know what I mean? And yeah, deconstruct it. That's great. You know what I mean?
Yes.
What I don't want to happen is what I see happening a lot, where it's like, hey, we're doing master studies. And it's like, you've been doing master studies in this class for 3 months or a month. These aren't master studies. These are placating everybody in here by letting them do fan drawings. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's that valuable. I'm sorry. Now you can break down the shape language like we're doing right now with him. I think that is valuable. But I also think Glenn Keane's a master draftsman, right?
Yeah, totally.
I'm trying to find that one damn drawing. But anyway, I was walking down the hallway and this drawing was on the wall, and man, it just, my eye just went right to it, man, because it was such a powerful drawing. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And it was cool to be able to walk right up to it and go, wow, look at that. You know what I mean? Same thing, man. When you go to feature animation, you go through the hallways. Holy smokes, you want to get your head blown off? And they throw all kinds of stuff in there. So it'll be like a Milt Kahl drawing from the 40s. Then some, you know, then Brittany Lee, who's current, and then Craig Mullins, and then a bunch of historical stuff, and then a bunch of drawings. They had a bunch of these drawings in marker. They look like they were in a fat Sharpie by the guy, one of the guys who directed Moana. I can't remember. He's famous. Just little quick story sketches that were just like, man, they were cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you're just going, man, I want to pull this off the wall and take it home, you know?
Yes.
I did an action figure of this years and years ago. I think I have one. Look at this one. I don't think that's Glenn. Well, maybe that is. No, it's Barry Johnson. Look at that. I don't like those so much. What was the name of this pirate guy in Treasure Planet? By the way, that stupid robot arm.
Is it something Smith?
Long John Silver.
Long John.
I was That was relatively close.
John Smith, is that what you're thinking of?
You're thinking of Pocahontas.
Yeah.
Damn it. You know, I gotta find those now. I want to find that action figure. God, it's so much. It's so weird when you do a lot of product, how much stuff you forget you did.
Mm-hmm.
And stuff when you first started doing it was such a big deal. You know what I mean? Like, oh, we're doing this stuff for this new movie, you know, product for it. And then you forget all about it.
Mm-hmm.
Look at these poses. These are great. Let's do that. Hang on.
So how would they have done the robotic arm on that one character?
That was
like,
that was CG.
Okay, so would they have like animated the CG element first and then like added on to the traditional part? Like how would they have combined those together?
They might have sort of loosely. I'm not sure. You could probably look it up. I'm sure there's a whole documentary on it because it was kind of a big deal at the time. It's when the I think that's why Disney had the North Studio at that time, is that they built it, I think, to do Dinosaur.
Okay.
It's kind of a weird movie for Disney when you think about it. And then they did, I think, Treasure Planet there. And then I don't remember where it was. I don't know why I was there. That's what's so weird. It's like, why was I there? I don't remember. I wasn't working there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. But and that's when they were starting to incorporate more 3D into things. But it's also when they started to fall off the cliff as far as storytelling and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like that Treasure Planet, it has the stink of like old fart thinking all over it. Like it feels like it's the last gasp of that kind of thinking of like when I was a kid. It was very different when I was a kid, obviously. And guys, you know, a lot of guys who worked in like advertising were guys like old farts like me, right?
Yes.
Back then, the generation gap, you know, a guy my age to somebody your age back then was gigantic, right? They didn't like your culture. They didn't want to know about your culture. They didn't care about your culture. They're old farts and they just shit on everything. You know what I mean?
Yes.
You know, oh, those kids are all assholes. You know, they're all like that. That's kind of somewhat gone away now. I think it's gone a little too far the other way, where parents now never want to grow up. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But, anyway, so you know, yeah, and we would see, you know, you should go back and look at 70s commercials. I mean, they're terrible. And you know, you'd see something that you could tell was some old fart like me trying to do a cool commercial. You know what I mean? Like skateboarding was big at the time, so they'd try and put some cool skateboarder in it. It was so not cool, and you were just like, what a joke. You know what I mean? Like none of us bought into that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then that movie felt like that to me. Like, oh, let's give him a robotic arm, you know? And it's like, that's not cool. Do you guys get it? And then the kid flew around like on a snowboard thing.
A hoverboard, something like that. Yeah.
It just was so corny. It just felt like an old guy's thinking about what kids think is cool. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
That's what it felt like to me. You know, and I was in my 40s probably. I don't know. No, I would have been.
Okay.
I would have been probably in my late 30s or something. I want to pull these up just because it's another example of, you know, the way he works in this really loose thing. And then he just, you know, and he figures out the form very loosely. He's in there figuring out that form. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Not just going in like a machine and going, he's not doing that. He's ghosting that in and then going to that, oh, that arm needs to be a little longer out. And, you know, and the other thing that's interesting about what you just said about the transformation scene, that's the one, you can find it on the animation podcast. Okay. That's still out there. And find the Glenn Keane. I think it's like 3 parts. And he talks, that's the sequence that he couldn't figure out.
Okay.
And that's the sequence where and it totally blew my mind when he said this, because I had imposter syndrome huge when I went over to Imagineering. And he goes, he couldn't figure it out. And he goes, okay, they're finally going to come in here and figure out, I don't know what I'm doing. They're finally going to know it. Because he goes, I don't know what I'm doing, you know, and here it is. I don't know how to do it. So they're going to find, and he goes through the whole rabbit hole of what his head, and I went through this exact same conversation, but I wasn't Glenn Keane. It was 37 years into my career or whatever. And he goes, I'll downsize my house. I'll get a more reasonable car. I'll be able to spend more time with my family. Because he was just like, they're going to fire me. You know what I mean? And there was no way they were going to fire that guy, you know?
Yeah.
And then he went I think he goes into that story about, he goes, you know what? I just said, screw it. And I went to, I think the Norton Simon probably, because they have Rodin sculptures there. And he got all inspired by it. And all of a sudden, bing, light bulb went off and he figured it out. You know what I mean? But 90% of that interview is him just talking about how much he loves drawing. You know what I mean? And that's something I don't hear as much with animators. A lot of them go, yeah, it's not about drawing, it's about acting. Drawing's a vehicle for acting for me. You know, and Glenn Keane's like, I like drawing, man. You know what I mean? I love drawing. And when you hear him talk, you're like, boy, does this guy love drawing. You know? And he even talks about like the same kind of geeky crap the rest of us talk about. Like he's like, oh man, I love this 10B Mitsubishi pencil. And they're bitching.
Yeah.
And he's like, you know, it's like, he goes, you gain calories using this pencil because it's so buttery, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I love that guy. Okay, so look at these nice, loose, and these are very pushed. Look at this one. Look at that pose. That kind of coming towards you like that. Look at like all this stuff. This had to be a monster to figure out, because you guys have seen those scenes in that. I mean, they're crazy.
Yes.
Look at the hands, feet. The feet, he said, are based on his wife's feet.
Oh, that's nice.
Because he said she has really gnarly looking feet. I'm sure she loved that.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Anyway, really loose. Look at this. Yeah, he's a good one to look at. I think he's a good one to look at because he doesn't necessarily always just draw in that formulaic animator way. He draws, like a draftsman.
Yes.
And he also talks about in there, because he lived in, when Disney had the Paris studio, he went over and lived in he lived in Paris while he was working on, I think it was Tarzan, right?
Okay.
And they have that famous, the Beaux-Arts, whatever, Academy, whatever it is. It's real famous. And he goes, I'm going to go study with this, this master of anatomy over there, right? And again, so he's working on Tarzan, and he goes, I'm going to take these into my teacher. Now think about this. This guy is, I don't know where he's at in his age. He's probably in his 40s. He's a monster animator. He's super famous. He's making tons of money. I mean, the house he has up here, because he was briefly going to sell it, it went on the market for $15 million.
Holy cow, that's a lot.
Right. Somebody told me, though, somebody goes, he didn't want to sell it. And I go, well, why you put it on the market? It's just a thing people do. But now I think he's not doing that. But now he could really get a fortune for it because the property's going on.
Yeah.
Oh, so he goes to study anatomy, because he goes, I don't know shit about anatomy. I've been faking it. Again, imposter syndrome again, right?
Yeah.
And the reason I say that, it's important because we all have these feelings, and then you think, like I did, I'm like, when I was going through the imposter syndrome thing over at Imagineering, I'm sitting there going, doesn't everybody else just have a bunch of confidence? Why don't I have this confidence? You know what I mean?
Yes.
And they don't. They're all doing the same thing at some point. Anyway, so he goes, I'm going to take these over to my teacher and have him do an overlay of the anatomical information. And the guy, and look, these guys are old school, man. They're very happy to tear you apart if you're not on top.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And the guy does an overlay of it and goes, yeah, makes sense. He did the muscle overlay. I think you can find them. And then maybe they're Glenn Keane's overlays. But anyway, I think he talked to his teacher about it. His teacher goes, yeah, you're on the right track. You're good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's still out there pushing himself.
Yes.
Okay, but see how we're starting to just structure a little? We don't want to over-structure. We don't do kind of what Glenn Keane's doing. Yeah?
Yes.
So you're coming in here and you're starting to do it already, which is loose, right?
Yeah.
Get that. Just get this information in here. And maybe she's leaning forward. And his hands up here, gesturing. Or maybe, they've got a pot they're bringing in.
Okay.
Whatever, whatever's going on in front of you. But the way I try and draw is sort of, maybe they're in mid-step. And because I can throw it down and I can always come in here now and go, oh, I need to adjust that. So then I go through another pass, still light, and I start to adjust things I can see that are off. Then I go in. Then I go in and start hitting those lines, right?
Yes. I think a problem with my, well, just like my process is that I kind of like go too dark too quickly. And I think that just kind of screws up, like, it kind of like reduces the looseness, and I have to like go back sometimes and erase, which is something I should try to stay away from.
You want to think of a drawing, a painting, whatever, as a build. It's a slow build. Like you're building that when you throw down those light lines, you sort of, the light lines, and then you go to that second round on the light lines and sort of adjust things that are, you know, the head needs to come out a little bit, the arm needs to fall over here. And I don't erase. I just keep them light. And the reason that, by the way, some of those Glen Keane's drawings look so cool is all those construction lines, and they just give it a lot of vitality.
Yeah.
A lot of motion and vitality. So, you know, and then you get to that second round where you sort of start to refine things, you might want to go look at it in the mirror, make sure it's balanced. Now you built the foundation and the framing, right? Now you can start drywalling. You know what I mean? You can start going into the next level and go, okay, now I can start going in and picking out my lines. But it's always a build. It's always a build, because once you go to that really dark thing, you don't have anywhere to go anymore.
Yeah.
Which means that dark thing should be much more towards the end of the drawing. And then, and you've got a bunch of guidelines under there. So now you're confident going wham and hitting that, boom, hitting that, because you know they're laying where they should.
Yes.
Okay. So, you know, just like this, I'd have to adjust this head. Sometimes I'll put a little more of a brow on a guy and try and do it subtly, which I didn't that much there. And I just like to draw really loose and then just go in and start to define things a little bit. This hand would actually be way over here or down here. So, you know, and then I got to, you know, and also I'm also thinking about, I'm placing that hand, let's say my hand where it's landing in this square here, right? My torso. But then I got to make sure that, you know, or I might throw the arm down, the elbow out, and then bring it over and make sure it lands where it's at. But then this, whether it comes from here down to the hand, you know, you could throw that line down and place the hand, you know, like you might go, which is how most people do it, which I think is probably the better way to do it. You know, I might put this here, and there's the shoulder. This comes down here. Then I go, this arm comes, you know, I might just put a line there and go, the hand lands about there. This one lands right there. You know, but the thing is, you know, either way you do it, this now has to make sense from a proportional perspective.
Okay.
As you build it back up to the shoulder, right? Or coming from the shoulder down. And then I might go, well, this actually comes out a little more, and this hand's actually, there's a little more of that forearm showing there, and it actually lands like that, let's say. Okay. Because what people do sometimes is they go, then they put this, and this is obviously too short, right?
Yeah.
Then they just keep going. And then they put the other arm like that, and it's like, okay, now your proportions are all screwed up because you didn't come back in and pull that elbow down and find out how. And sometimes, like, let's say the hand is like that, then I get the back top plane of the hand there, and that sleeve's going to kind of come over in a foreshortening way.
Okay.
And then, so I start to disconnect the idea of it just being a linear thing. And I go, that little forearm bump that's going to come and it'll get emphasized by the clothing, that gives me a big mask to start thinking about and going, oh, that actually lands right in front of the forearm, gives me a foreground, boom, boom, boom. So even within the figure, I'm trying to go foreground, background, middle ground, right?
Okay.
But then I sort of disconnect from the linear idea and I go, oh, that lands right there. And that's pretty cool. Right.
Yeah.
But, you know, and then, you know, they're not looking at the hand. So they might just put the hand like this. And it's like, no, the hand is coming down like this. And I'm getting the top of that little plane of the hand there. Does that make sense?
Okay.
I love it when things like that happen. Like the hands are very, you know, square. Then you got those tubes coming off. And then like if I go like that, this becomes just a nice little shape that sits right and busts that line right there. You see that?
Yeah, it breaks the shape up.
That's what they do in comic books all the time. There's a jokey thing in comic books, so they all do it. They draw this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You always see this.
Yes.
And it's kind of a joke to me because I see this all the time. They do it with that Doctor Strange guy all the time. And then you see people doing it and you're going, and I'm sure they're thinking about it. It must be like a comic book thing, I'm guessing. But it just becomes kind of funny. Or if they're running, and I'm not knocking this, if they're running, they're not, sometimes they're like this, but a lot of times this hand will be back here like that.
Yeah, I've seen stuff like that before.
They'll be running like this.
Yeah, it's really wonky.
Yeah, but it looks cool.
Yeah.
And in that case, it's just a design thing. It's fun. All that stuff is super pushed. I get it. It's fun. Okay. Have I rattled on enough about this now?
Yes, probably.
I like this stuff. I love talking about it. Get a little looser here. I'll just real quick and then we'll go to lunch. So
that isn't mine, by the way.
Oh, who is it? Oh, I keep leaving everybody's open. I don't know why I keep doing that. I thought that felt like a different drawing. Okay, I don't know why I'm forgetting to close everybody's stuff. There we go. And now see, again, here you got a nice loose starting point. Now the next part is like,
so the problem with that drawing is those people got up and walked away like right as I just got the foundation done. So for that, would you like me to like continue working on it, or since if they move, should I just work on something else?
Okay, here's what I usually do. If somebody comes in, here's what I usually do. They're not there anymore. So I might just go over and start working on another drawing. But if I'm sitting here and two more people show up, I'll just finish it out based on their information.
Okay.
Now, I don't want to tell you how to do every sketch or whatever and thing. I want you to throw down sketches and do what feels right in the moment. Because I don't, that's one thing in here. I want to give you good, hopefully good, just solid fundamental information. And then I don't want to strangle your process. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because I just want to put a lot of information around your process. So then you can go do whatever you want.
Okay.
Because then, and also I think it's very important that you guys think about this. Hopefully you're not going to be the same artist in 5 years you are now, right?
Yeah.
Or 10 years from now. 10 years from now, who knows what you're doing? Maybe you're working, I don't know, you want to work in the entertainment industry, and then you go, I've been doing 7 years for this. I'm going to burn on this. I want to go do something else. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you have options, because you're not like, oh, I only know how to do this one thing.
Like you have a lot of, you just like have a wide education, so you can.
Yeah. And I thought about that right from the beginning. My heroes were guys who did all kinds of stuff. And I go, I want to do all kinds of stuff like them. I didn't know what that meant, but I did figure out at some point, yes, I love illustration, let's say, because that's what brought me into it. And I got out of those Norman Price paintings, man, Line Decker, but I knew I never copied any of those guys because I knew somehow, because I didn't know anything, I knew to get there, it's all about learning how to paint and how to draw. It's not about me copying those guys. It's not about that. And I did, in school, they made me do a master copy of, we could pick Line Decker and NC Wyeth, where I picked NC Wyeth, but that's like the only master copy I remember ever doing in college. And it actually was fine. It was good. If they would have kept having me do that, I would have got really frustrated. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that, as much as I went like, wow, I actually kind of knocked that out okay, because I was new to acrylic and everything. And I went, that it kind of came out. But there was also a part under me that I went, yeah, but you didn't figure it out. It's not your image. It's not your work. It's an exercise, and that's fine. You know, it's a good exercise, but it didn't give me any satisfaction that it was mine.
Okay.
No, I get lots of satisfaction. I mean, if it's just this stuff drawing, going out, I can't get enough of it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I think I'd break this up a little.
Okay.
You know, maybe there's a bush or something here that could have broke that up a little bit. I like this white coming into the drawing. That's cool. Now, another thing is I might have danced a little structural stuff over this.
Okay.
Not much, because what I really like that you're doing is you're sort of setting a nice base for a nice loose, just enough information drawing. Which is kind of my thing. And then I might even put another one here. Just feels like there should be.
Okay.
Just feels like it's supposed to have another one there. Then I might put something across this to show the plane change there.
Okay.
And so on and so forth. And then this is, what is this, a stream?
Yes.
So I'd squint down and I'd go, where are those or where are those, you know, shiny stuff on there?
Okay.
You know, and was any of the bridge reflecting into it? Like,
actually, from my point of view, I couldn't really see that area of the bridge. It was kind of covered up by this weird cement dam thing.
Okay. What, you don't know this park?
I've been to this park before so many times, but I have no idea what name it is.
What city is it?
I think it's Creek Park in La Mirada.
Possibly,
La Mirada Regional.
No, it's close to La Mirada Regional though.
Oh.
It's like really small and kind of long and narrow, and there's like multiple bridges.
I know where that is. It's real rolling.
Yes, and there's like a parking lot right by the street, and then
yeah, I know where that is.
Yeah, it's that one.
I forgot about that park.
Yeah, that is La Mirada Creek Park.
Okay, thank you.
These are nice.
Thank you.
Is this later? 7.
That was the same day, but it was at Costco.
Where are you sitting at Costco? Outside?
There was a rock, and I was just sitting on the rock, and I was drawing.
That's good. See how there's getting to be a little bit of a nice little contrapposto thing there, here a little bit, here. Like, see that? See that? See that?
Yes.
This? That's what you're looking for.
Okay.
Yeah, good. I'll get that. Well, the book list, I'll put it together and I'll put it out to everybody.
Okay.
I got to really think about that. All the Andrew Loomis books for sure.
Okay.
And they've come back into print. They used to be super expensive.
Okay.
And now they're like the Kotsky one. I got my Kotsky one. It wasn't that much. And now I think they're all like really expensive.
Yeah. One of his pencil books is like $500 or something like that.
That's the one I had.
Yeah.
Man, is that a good book? I don't know where it went. I think I might have loaned it to a student and they never brought it back. So now what I do is I have a Google document and I check them out just because I do like to, that's why I brought my books in. I want the students to check them out. But now I keep track of it.
Okay.
And if we're on campus, I'd have a lot of books I'd be bringing into class.
Yeah.
Fall. All right, you guys, let's take lunch, yeah?
Okay.
Cool.
Let's do, and then I'm just going to come back and talk a little bit about the stylization and we'll be out. It's 12:30 or 12:13. Let's come back at 12:45, yeah?
Okay.
All right, you guys.
Hey.
Okay, see you then.
Hey, Mike, I did actually have a question that I was going to ask, but I sabotaged the Zoom. Anywho, what is your sort of method about about drawing textured hair and like curly hair?
I usually, and the video, I put up a hair video too, right?
Oh, did you? I don't think I saw that one.
Which kind of goes over a little of that. It's just a brief discussion. Some of these videos I put up are just sort of like brief things that I go, we're in class and we start talking about it. I go, oh, I'll just do a quick little 15-minute thing or whatever. And that's sort of that. When textured curly hair, well, one of them we passed in here. Let me see if I can find it again. Because there's so many ways to do this.
I know mine for sure had a couple of girls that had curly hair.
Yeah, it's the same idea. This one's stylized, but that's okay if I can find it. Okay, so like in this kind of case, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's take this. This was some girl on a road trip. Yeah, she was on a road trip. I had another really stylized one I could probably find. So in this kind of case, so everything really to me, hey, what happened? Didn't rasterize. There we go. It's about this idea of massing, really. So I tried to grab the pencil off my screen. Literally just went and tried to grab it on the screen. Boy, does that mean you're getting old. Okay.
Okay, it's okay.
So this, there's this face shape. Just basically, I exaggerated her chin and all that. Okay, so then I look at it and go, parts here, and I probably exaggerated it, but it was pretty crazy. And she had a collar, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so then I'm looking at this and going, okay, so there's this, and then I look at the type of curl it is, right?
Mm-hmm,
is it a real tight curl? Hers was a little more that ribbony curl.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So I start to go in here and go, get the out. It's just like the tree thing where I'll give you some information out here about how that curl actually works. Then I switched here to the side of my pencil, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Doing that basic shape. And I'm just making up the shape. I was a little more targeted when I did it. And then I kind of go, okay, the way the light's hitting it, there was a little bit of that. And then I'll build in a little bit of density in this curl. This is repeating. I don't like that shape. It's repeating. I'll build a little, and I'll put in some of these curls. And then usually I take the side of my pencil and I go in and I sort of lock all this together with a value. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I'll give a couple of these here, a couple of these here. And I'm starting to just dance it around. And another thing I do with curly hair is I'll use the curl as a dense to come in here and start creating like a little dense scribble language. And I'll go much denser with it away from the light. That's why this down here gets a little thicker. Right?
Mm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And I'm doing this very sloppy, but I think you're getting the point, right?
Yeah.
So if it's, down here, if the light's up here, I can put in my curl. And I'm not just going to scribble. I'm going to use a little bit of that curl language. Then I'll come up here and break a few. I want to break a few here, probably soften that side of the face a little. I'm ready for a road trip now. I love road trips.
It has been a while since I've gone on one.
No, I do it every time I've got a break, basically.
Where do you travel to?
I don't like to have a destination for the most part.
Oh, like Like local road trip or like road trip?
Could be either.
Oh, wow.
The thing people don't understand is you can get in your car, especially artists. It's weird to me that a lot of them don't realize this. You can get in your car and drive 100 miles and be somewhere totally interesting and cool. You know what I mean? And for me, cool is finding little weird, out of nowhere places that are interesting and that you never heard of. You know what I mean? I like driving out to ag country. I have some kind of fascination with that out, Bakersfield and beyond. Valley, there's all these little. I went into this one little weird last time I was out there, which was just a month or two ago. We stopped at this weird little gas station market. It was totally out in the middle of all this agriculture stuff. Weird market, man. Or it wasn't even a market, it was like a little snack shop at the gas station, but it was just really like a throwback in time. And you walked in there and the whole place smelled like rotted meat. Because something in there had gone bad because they sold like food and stuff. And I'm like, who walks in here and buys food in here? This place reeks like rotted food. And there was this weird conversation going on. And just weird, like in between the cracky kind of places. It was, to me, is really fun. And then, I was driving up, I was trying to get to Joplin, Missouri on a longer road trip. I'll give you a perfect example. What I'm going to do, I just painted this guy in my sketchbook. He's a guitar player I really like. And he plays sort of Western swingy Telecaster-y stuff, right? Guy's a monster player. And he just moved from Austin to Galax, Virginia, right? Like, if you know who he is, you know who he is. But like, I don't think most of the world would. But anyway, he moved from there to Galax, Virginia. So then I'm like, what's Galax, Virginia like? And it's just like I thought. And I found out it's like what do you call that? Sort of the headquarters of the kind of old time music I like, right?
Okay.
Like old string music, hillbilly music, Appalachian music, hymns, mount music, all that stuff, bluegrass.
Right.
And so he moved up there, and I go, I'm gonna take a road trip up there. And now he's been bouncing back to me because he's been commenting because I've been throwing these little snippets of the painting online, and I'm just waiting for him to give me one. Now I'm gonna go next time he comments, because I'm gonna put one more thing up on that painting. I'm gonna go, when are you playing again? Yeah, I'll be playing here. And I'm like, road trip, man. I'm a road trip to Virginia to see that dude. And it's a little tiny town, and it's the center of old time music.
Holy cow, you would road trip all the way to Virginia. That's insane.
Yeah.
That's cool.
When I was going to this girl I'm drawing, I was actually going to Joplin, Missouri. That was my end goal. But this big storm was coming in. So I go, and thank God I didn't do it, because I would have got stuck there for like 2 weeks. But so I ended up making a big loop through Arizona, which was fun. I just go, screw it, man. I was going on my way. I hit Flagstaff. Flagstaff's kind of fun. I stayed in Flagstaff for a night.
I love Flagstaff.
Yeah, it's great.
I want to retire in Flagstaff.
It's really cool. I didn't know it was like that. I thought Flagstaff was like Barstow. It's just a place with a gas station and this and that.
Yeah, no. It's cool. Quaint. It's calm. It's
it's really
it's
cool?
Kind of like the foot of a mountain almost. Like, it's so nice.
It's really cool because it's I got a hotel, because I don't care when I go on road trips. I could care less where I stay. And I got a room right in town where I could walk to the breweries and stuff for $32.
What?
That's why I like to go by myself, because my girlfriend's like, you're gonna stay at this sketchy place? I'm like, I don't want anybody going with me. I'm not here for the hotel experience. I'm here for the road experience, and I'm here to paint and draw and sketch people and meet people and hear about their lives and all. That's why I'm out there. Okay, does this sort of explain this curly thing?
Yeah. So if I could like repeat it back, it's basically just massing it and then adding the curl and like shape language inside of that mass. Okay.
And again, it's sort of like what we do with the leaf shape, where I'm going to look at how that curl is constructed, because it could be, and I have this on the video, so my girlfriend just came back. If it's a tighter kind of curl, I'll break this edge, because that's really what I'm seeing. It's sort of like what we talked about with leaves, where the edge is what's giving me my information, right?
Right. Yeah. See, that's kind of what I was thinking of, because in my drawings, whenever I try to draw like African American people or Black people, like I don't know how to draw their hair correctly, and so either I'll just avoid it altogether and not do it, and I'm like, I want to make sure that I'm doing it justice and doing it correctly. So,
well, you always want to do anybody's hair justice.
Yeah. But I feel like straight hair is just easier to draw because it's
actually, I think
more
either
line.
one of them aren't that hard. Like once you know how to handle them.
True.
Okay, so I'm going to give this a value, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a little more. Now I'm going to say the light's up here. So I do that with a real velvety side of my pencil kind of thing.
Okay.
Back in here, I'm going to reestablish this because this break is pretty small. It's not like a big statement like these are.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And then what I do is I go, okay, I'm starting to develop this little scribble language. I use this just like I did here. I use that scribble language to now start to use as also a shadow value. So it dissipates as I go up here.
Okay.
And then as I go back here, it'll thicken up again because this side's in shadow. And you can see I can do it really fast, right? Because this is just sort of a textural idea. It's really more of a textural idea than anything. And so is this. It's just more of a bigger textural idea, the one up top. So then I go, okay, I want to get a little looser up here, a little less dense. Go back down here. You see what I'm doing?
Yeah. And you're going in with like smaller dark spots?
I'm just building up the density. Using my scribble language, I just put more information there so it starts to shadow out and feel like it's going up into the light, but I'm still keeping texture everywhere. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
So does that answer that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. What I want to go over, I just want to talk a little bit about the stylization thing. So everybody took a look at that, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And did it make sense?
Yes.
And are there questions around it?
So for our assignment, when it comes to stylization, what are we just drawing like people or just any like scenes with people?
I would focus on people.
So just people then, like the other two assignments.
Yeah, but now if you want to look, I'm rolling this out just like I think Eric was talking about. He goes, or whoever it was says, I'm not quite comfortable going into all this scene stuff yet. This is really loud, that microphone. I want to concentrate on this. I'm fine with that. Like if you're still getting the people thing down, what I'm trying to introduce you to is a lot of things, you know, that you might catch up to a little while later, but at least I'll know you have some funk or some structure around it, some technique around it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And take this, as far as you want. Like a lot of times, I think I've said this maybe in here because I always talk about it in other classes. I might see a guy's head if they've got a really heavy brow line. I might actually see it sort of like that. Does that make any sense?
Yes.
Because I want to really push this idea of this brow line. And then I go, okay, and then also, like, you see this thing all the time when you look at anatomical things on, like, let's say noses. like this little structure, like right here. That little ball on the nose, this little ball on the nose. You see that?
Yes.
I'm looking for those little structural things, like with, you know, and sometimes I just make them up. You know, because then I can come down here and pull that ball out a little bit. Now, I'm going to make this guy a little older. I don't know why with old guys, I like to drop their ears, and I don't really know why that is. You know, maybe there's that little, I want to do that little bump back there.
I have a question.
Sure.
Is there ever a point where it gets too stylized, or is there like a medium?
I think you got to find your happy place.
All right. But for the assignment, we could push it pretty far.
I want you to push it really far.
All right.
Here's what I want you to do, because this is kind of, for me, how it works anyway. And I think when you're learning, especially, I think it's common. Push it way in the hell out there, pull it back in. What I tend to do anyway is go way out here, and then I start landing here. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I have a question.
Sure.
When we're going out and stylizing people, is it okay to kind of adjust the pose to make it more stylized and you know, dynamic?
Absolutely. Cool. So we started this with this idea. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and then I could go, well, because sometimes I'll do this and I'll go down the rabbit hole and go, okay, I don't like as much anatomy in there. So I might now simplify this. And then maybe I want to do this. It's got a little cheek over there, so I'm going to push that. And I'm not trying to keep drawing the same thing. I'm just going, what's different ways I can handle this? So now I'm starting to try and refine the idea a little bit. I still want to get that big brow line in there. But now, if I'm going from this front view, a little more of a front view, let's get rid of that. Maybe I don't need to do the big overhang from this view, maybe a little bit. What I can do is I can hang his eyes right under the brow, which indicates the same kind of idea. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Give him a little attitude. And maybe now he's a detective. You know, and he'd be showing you his ID. You know, and then I got an opportunity to draw his fingers in there, holding it, wherever his thumb would land, whatever. You know, or he'd be like, you know, they show you their ID. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
How would you hold that? Actually, you'd be holding it from up here because you'd have to see it.
I have a question.
Yeah.
When we're stylizing people, are we mostly focusing on their face, or how would you go about stylizing their bodies?
Stylizing bodies, I look at it the same way. If I see somebody, let me see if I can find a good image here. Now, a good spot, I don't know if I've already mentioned this. Actually, I want you to do these from life, but hang on. Okay, if you want to get a lot of interesting shapes. Have I mentioned this website yet?
I think you have one.
Yeah, Earth's World, really. I mean, these people are just handing you shapes. You know, look at the shape. You know what I mean?
Is it basically a website of just references?
It's a website for whatever reason that somebody goes and shoots really not very attractive people at state fairs.
Ah, okay.
Just crazy looking people. You know what I mean? It's like if you go in there, and it, you know, Washington County Fair, July 18, 2012. And they're just, you know, really good shapes. And it's not a bad idea, by the way, here. I want you to do these from life, but, you know, it's also a little bit okay here to start to try and get a hold on this, to look at something like this. And the reason I like this site is it's giving you big handles all over the place. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Trying to get some full body shots in here. Look at this guy. See, I like road tripping in weird places like this. Look at this guy. And look at this. Look at all the handles this guy's giving you, by the way. Oops, what happened? I mean, I see a little bit of a kick this way. And these weird eyes. It looks like he's seen something terrifying. I like having all this. And by the way, I don't care about likenesses. This isn't caricature. I'm just using these as jumping off points. And he's got this. Then his nose actually isn't that far down. But even the lips are like this sort of graphic shape. Does that make sense? Yeah?
Yes.
Yes.
And this might be a case where I'd show the individual teeth down there and pull them out a little bit. He's got this huge cheek mass here. Yeah, look at that. Comes right down like that. And then no, his chin's like there, which is super weird. He doesn't have a chin. And then this just kind of blobs right down into his neck. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, and then more information around the eye. This guy's like had a rough life or something. Push the nose a little more. But, you know, that's the thing, too, is like if I'm looking to do some kind of a character design, I'm looking at some reference to different things. I want to go to things like this because I could turn this guy into all kinds of crazy stuff. You know what I mean?
Yes.
There's that. I still haven't got this part in here quite yet. I'd have to separate that out a little bit. You know, could really push this stuff. I don't know if I'd give him hair or not. That's the one thing nature gave this guy. He's still got a full head of hair. And then this big ass ear sticking out over here. Right?
Right.
You know, and then I just go, okay, I don't like that one. I do another one, right? And I'm just using this as a playground. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Let me find a body type. Okay, who was asking me that question?
I did.
Haley?
Kayla.
Oh, Kayla, okay. Usually you talk more, Kayla. What's going on?
I guess I'm tired today.
No, you're not allowed to be tired.
I'm drinking tea.
I'm drinking bourbon. Okay. Now he's pretty exaggerated almost in a weird way anyway, but I can start to find this, you know, and one of the things I want to think about is, you know, I might even try and do a straight back here if I can get it. His legs feel really short. I might push that idea. You know, he's got a big long. Another thing is his shirt is really long. I'm going to probably go a little longer. And then like these arms, I might push them into a little more of that kind of idea. So they're just a little thicker. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I'm still looking at the anatomy, and his head looks small compared to the rest of his body. So I might push that a little more. And then his features, it tends to happen. His face isn't that heavy for a guy that heavy. But sometimes, you know, you get this impression with a heavier face where it kind of feels like the information feels like it's pushed into the more in the center because there's more girth around the head. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
A friend of mine pointed that out to me a long time ago. I was like, yeah, that's true. You know, and then I can go, he's got maybe this chin, and then, you know, obviously that. And I would set that on this. Let's get rid of this one. I like this other one better. I want to make it small, obviously, because it's going to emphasize the size of his body, right?
Yeah.
This is actually further out, you know. So really what I'm trying to find here is some sort of happy balance here. Also, I'm making these, notice how much more noticeable I'm making these pockets, how much bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Then this can come out here. And then what I like about this solution here is that over here, I could just do that little curve like I'm seeing there. I might read, whatever you call it. I think I'm going to open his shirt up a little bit, you know, because then I can put another shirt inside of here. Look, he's got it. Oh, actually, it's open up there. I screwed up. So I'm going to leave it shut. Now, another thing I might do is emphasize a little more of these pulls on the buttons, just to show a little bit of that idea of weight, right?
Mm-hmm.
His hands down here might really thicken up that curve on the thumb. It's too far down. Hang on. Actually, his hand sort of goes like that. And then the thumb is like right there. And then he's got these really, oops. I don't want both of these things. Hang on. I left the head unconnected like that because I might want to play with it. So I'm going to make him a little more truckery. It just makes sense. And then I like, for this kind of guy, these things, I was talking about this in another class, these things just start to generate ideas for me. And maybe I take him out of this shirt. Because now we sort of established a little bit of a visual language, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Hang on. Which, if I broke this down, it would, right now, it would just be sort of this. Be sort of that, right?
Yeah.
But now I'm going, well, he looks like a certain kind of guy to me now. So I'm going to put, I'm going to sort of blot this out a little bit. I'm going to leave enough down there so I can kind of see what I got. And again, a lot of times I do this thing with the belly sticking out of their shirt. So maybe I'll make this more of a t-shirt. And again, maybe it's not covering up his whole belly. This. I like all this bagginess in his pants. I think I'm going to shorten his legs a little bit. It's going to get a line right there probably.
So you pretty much just focus on their distinct characteristics and then work on pushing those?
I'm looking how I can break down. Do you see how we broke that down now into something?
Yeah.
What I'm looking for really is the same thing I'm looking for in faces. Okay, now I can just keep hammering this. And you can keep pushing this as far as you want. Oops, that's too much. Come on. Yeah. What I'm kind of focused on is just the same thing we've been talking about, where it's like, here's this shape. And then here's the belly shape. It's kind of what I'm seeing. How am I going to handle the arms? And then these are just these simple, I'm looking for the really simple language breakdown that I can screw around with. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know, I start drawing these things and I go, hey, he feels like a Trump trucker guy. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
For no reason other than I just make it up. You know, and then I might go, well, he'd have boots maybe on, not dress shoes or whatever. Belly's out a little bit. Probably be a little pull right there. You know, and then I go, you know, then I might just riff on it and go, can I push this idea maybe? And I don't know if I can or not. Or I keep reducing this down. You know, even reduce the arms down to, you know, something like that. Can I push it? You know, maybe really pushed where everything gets really chunky and smaller, shorter. You know, I can just keep pushing those shapes and pushing them and pushing them and pushing them. Yeah?
Yeah, that makes sense.
A really good person to look at, I like to pull up because he's just so clear on his shape language and it's so simple. There's a couple of them. We get some really good. Let's look. Where is it? Did that not come off of there? Ah. What a pain in the ass. I have to go all the way through my downloads folder to do this. So these are Carter Goodrich. You see the same kind of idea here? Look. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a really simple. Okay. So if we come in here, and I'll pull a couple of these real quick. Here's what's interesting is he has a lot of them like this. Triangle, ellipse, rectangle, rectangle, and it's a little bit of a bell shape. Tube, 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 tube. Look, and they go right into the wedge. And that's his whole shape language, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look, he really nails things, which is what I like about him. He just uses such simple shapes. He just nails it. Like these guys I love. Right?
Yeah, those are fun.
Look at this great little scribble language he created for the hairy arm. Okay, that's another thing you can take into this is this great idea of graphic language, right? Yes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Look at this guy. By the way, you know where it's real fun to go to draw these kind of people, because I used to do it all the time, is go to truck stops. Like there's these truck stops and they sort of exist off the radar, even though some of them are really huge. Nobody goes to them except truckers. And man, they look like this. Like in a lot of them, they look just like this. And it's super fun to go draw there. They usually have like a little diner in there for truckers, and I go in there and I eat. Look at this guy. Look how simple that is. And then look at these kids. There's another one he has, I'll pull it up here in a minute, that's really an interesting shape language. Look at these. I mean, these are literally a rectangle, circle, and that. And look at these arms. You didn't even put any anatomy or anything in these arms. Look at this. Boom, boom, boom. Or curve, curve, straights against curve, more or less. Straight. And then look, no anatomy in there, right into that wedge shape. You guys see that? Look at rectangle or a triangle, circle.
Yeah.
Tube, 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 tube. Arm, arm. On and on and on. Right? Can you guys see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense, right?
Yeah.
What's going on with this thing? And then there's a really good one in here I want to look at. Hang on. How did that happen? It's weird. Get out of here. It's weird. I just completely lost that page. There's some in here that are really, I think it might be here. And then this guy. Now you can see the shape language there clearly, right?
Yes.
But what's interesting here is this sort of the way he did the head to me. And he has this circle idea. Then he sort of pulled it like that with that nose, right? So that's kind of fun. And then the ears way back there somewhere, right?
Yes.
You said that's where he got kind of clever, right? This part up here is a pretty simple shape, all that. And then if you go here, and it looks to me like a lot of the times he's really focused on the sort of basic shapes to me. And then what I like about these two is like, that is a simple drawing. Look at all the personality he gets out of it, right? Yeah?
Yes. Yep.
Here's another thing I like about that is, about this one, is think about this stuff. He's basing that head, it's more or less on a skull, but he's sort of reducing it to that. Now I could still take that and, you know, because I use this shape actually a lot, sort of. And get different shapes out of that idea. So I can get completely different things out of the same idea. You might want to riff on an idea. you know, and I can get a different idea. Yeah.
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 And I like just doing these sometimes, like after you start getting used to it, because I like to just start drawing stuff and then go, why is he in this pose? And it starts to backstory and make my brain start to think about story and things like that, just in a fun way. He's got some elbow patches. Maybe he's an old professor, hippie professor or something. And maybe he's got a book here that he's laying out. Or maybe he's got plans here. You know, you set them down and you go, okay, here's what I'm thinking. It's blueprints or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's different ways we can riff on a shape language. Look at this guy. Oh, I think it's here. By the way, this has some of that hair thing we just talked about. There's that density hair thing, Eric. Yeah?
I see.
But what I like about this guy is this, like this, if you look at his drawings, they repeat geometric ideas. So he's got sort of a, God damn it. He's got sort of this round idea. And then triangle. I have a problem with triangles. Every time I say triangle, I have to actually think about it. Then a triangle. Then triangle. You could even say it with a little sphere in there. Then, you know, 2B. This is sort of built out of a triangle. Then putting that finger in front is a nice little move. And then cape, triangle. You see how he's repeating a motif here? Yeah?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah.
So like something you can look at, I think it's fun to do. Because you can kind of, once you get the hang of this, you can kind of go, okay, I can take this shape. Now I just got this very simple idea that I just popped a little bit of information on, right? Then, you know, what else? We could go. We could go. Different kind of eye shape, maybe. That was an accidental line, but I like it. Could go with a more oval shape. Maybe this thing isn't human. He's got a big collar. And what I'm doing, what am I doing here, you guys?
Just working from basic shape.
Yeah. So what I keep doing is I keep going, what's another shape I can use? You know, can I make something out of this? Now I'm going to reference the other guy because I just looked at it. Don't like that one that much, but that's all right. Maybe I'll just do a little smudge nose there. No idea what this guy is. You know, and I'm just kind of just making crazy shapes, and eventually I'll get warmed up. And it'll start to get really in a flow where I'll really start to push my shapes more. Because I want to get way out there with it. You see what I mean?
Yes.
And then you can go, same thing with bodies, right? Start going just like these ones we just looked at. You know, maybe I start. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe this guy's holding a gun on somebody, but he's looking over here. I pull his shoulder way up. And then they have that other arm that bends down underneath and holds under there. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Now, why does all this stuff matter?
Well, one thing I notice is like as I'm watching you do this, like with the example you have there, he like by using the circular shape, it kind of solves like if he wants a contrast, it's like, well, you've got a circle, he can just go to a triangle. He can like easily find opposites by just using basic shape.
But the other thing is like when I see people, when you go, these guys go to different classes, not just character design, could be anything, storyboarding. Because this is sort of how story people work. They draw in very reduced styles, but very dynamic because they have to draw pretty quick. But so what I see a lot is somebody's got a gun in a pose, you know, it's like this. And my answer to that is always just this, like, why isn't it this? And by the way, you might be holding a gun on, because this is how I'm looking at that, what I just drew, which just kind of popped in my head. My brain goes right into what scenario is he in? And if he's sort of looking over here, instead of looking here, that means there's multiple people in the room, and he put a gun on somebody and was like, and he's looking around, he's got these guys covered, but he's sort of looking around at what else is going on in that room. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because that pose is much more dynamic than, right?
Yeah.
So, and then I'm building that out of just simple basic shapes. And if I don't know what to do with the legs, I get up and I go, what would my legs be doing? You know what I mean? And the leg actually, just from doing that, actually comes down more like that. And then if I zoomed in on it, or if I was actually doing this for something, I would probably put this eye looking over here. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And then maybe here I'd see a little of his ear, and maybe I just give him disheveled hair or something. Because you'd be in a weird situation if this was going on. Yeah? Another thing, this fold, this line, this little bit of a curve, all these things are sort of all flowing up like an arrow into that gun. Do you see that? This is literally creating that sort of line of action. You see that?
Yeah.
Which then means let me get rid of this dude. That if I have everything pointing that way, then I've got a natural evolution into people maybe pulling away a little bit. Or maybe his hands up like, whoa, wait. And what would I do? I go, whoa, slow down. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Because, and that's another thing. People don't think about the realities of these things. They have all these guys standing there all tough. And the first thing you're going to do is somebody pulls a gun. If you ever had a gun pulled on you, it's the first thing you do. You sort of go, ooh, I'm easing out of here. You know what I mean? And the body language would be probably pulling away a little. I would probably figure out and get his hands up here. And I'd want to get it where I'm getting that idea of they're trying to talk him down, not going, hey, I surrender or whatever. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So part of the reason you're doing this, it's not just to stylize, it's to start being able to use, when you start stylizing, now we're really breaking down these basic shapes. And then you can start to move these things around dynamically. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Look at this, and I'll post this on whatever it is. Here. shoes. This girl, man, I don't want that. This girl. Calls herself Tally Chick. She works in story. Okay. I think at Disney. I can't remember. Look at how simple her drawings are. But look, guys, she can quickly put together a story. Just very stages it out really well. Composes it really simply. Okay, this is driving me crazy. Hang on a minute. Why do I have two things open here? There. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at these. Really cool. And then these are good examples, just really basic shape breakdown. Look at these. Her, and here's her story stuff probably here. And some class, but that's basically how they do it, right? Just give me the story, give me it simple, give me the nice action, give me an indication of the background, what is the scene going to be, and the emotion in it, and that's it. Yeah? Look at that. That's great. That little pushing up the blinds right there and just separating it with these two values. Yeah?
Yeah.
Model stuff. What I like about this too, she's sort of just now drawing the model the way she draws, which is kind of fun. But look, keeping her chops up, right? With this stuff, yeah?
Yeah.
Now her, because like if you're going to go to storyboarding and stuff, you kind of need to have the skill that we're talking about. Can you understand that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go in there and you're still in that sort of drawing mentality where you're just always drawing really hard, you're never going to get anything done in time. It's always going to be stiff. It's never going to convey any emotion or action. Whereas if we go in, there's pictures of her for some reason. And here's another guy. I probably showed him before. I love this guy's stuff. You know, the story guy. I love these things. Yeah?
Yeah.
He captures so much with so little. Look. He's a story guy, right? I forgot who he works for. Who does he work for? I know he's in the industry somehow. Look at these. Look at these. See, here's what I'm talking about. That's a nice dynamic pose, right? Look at these. Look at these. Eric.
Nice.
This one right here reminds me a little bit of that one you did. And what I liked about what you were talking about, it was you that did that one, right? Yeah, kind of bell bottom.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I like that you're talking about that. Like you're going, hey, I like these pants she's wearing. Because I do that too. Like, oh, I like those little capri pants that girl's wearing. That's cute, you know, and you throw that in there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Look at that. Look at this one. I love this. I love this. Look how he pushed that. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is so great. And he really threw that belly weight forward like that. I mean, look, it's all the same stuff we're talking about in here. He's just really simplifying. That's funny. I think he's a good guy to look at for inspiration, him and Tally Chick, because they both just break things down so simply and say so much with so little. And a lot of them are observational. This is funny. Where'd it go? Right? So there's another head shape. Yeah? And another thing, look, you guys, you know, when you're talking about the stylizing stuff, play around with eyes, right? Nose shapes, mouth shapes. And how am I using these?
Very loosely.
Yeah, I'm using them as just totally graphic shapes. Maybe she's got a big furry cuff there. Then, you know, I have to adjust and go, okay, this has to actually go up a little bit. Just from a balance perspective, I'm not worried about, ooh, it's anatomically correct, obviously, but I just need more forehead here. That make sense?
Yes.
So when you start getting warmed up, you can just start flying. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, have I made my point about this basic shape thing?
Yes.
It's going to allow you in the long run. It's not just about stylization, just like everything I've said in here is not just about whatever it is we're talking about. It's about starting to take these basic shapes, that's what's going to help you start to move your characters around. I used to talk about this a little more in another class, but now I've moved it into here, okay? Where I can really start thinking about these from a very simple perspective. It's about to open the door on this thing, doorknob, and he's nervous. He's not supposed to be here. Well, he's looking behind him. Then I go, where would the other hand be? Maybe there. Just put a wedge shape to basic block out the shoe. Maybe he's walked up the stairs. Maybe there's a flight of stairs here. So you can see I start building scenario into the drawing as I start making shapes. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Then I'm going to shrink him down a little bit because he's too tall. And then this perspective is wonky, but that's okay. This would actually wouldn't be going this way, but that's all right. Or maybe it could be curving down this way maybe. And maybe there's, you know, a railing going down or something. I don't know. And now I would see a little more. I'd see his thumb there and his fingers. And again, look, I'm blocking that out by going, there's the thumb pad, you know, and I'm just blocking out that hand real simply, and I can go and build it into it more. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And look at this hand. I haven't built hardly anything here. There's that pad. There's a sleeve, you know, so on and so forth. I don't like that knee there. I think it actually worked better back there, so on and so forth. Okay, and then you can just quickly build, you know, then I would go, this needs, I don't know, whatever in the background. And I'd have to get these stairs lined up. They'd actually come in more like that, but that's okay. All right, questions on this?
4 pages again?
Okay, here's what I want to do this time. I still want to do observational. So I want to do, I just want you now to be rolling observational all the time. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And what I also want, so I want some observational things where you're starting to stylize. And then I just want some basic shape breakdowns. Maybe they're just, and you could do some of these from photography. That does not mean I do not want you out doing observational drawing. Okay.
So start with observational drawing and then go into stylizing photographs.
We're always going to be doing observational drawing in this class. Now I just kind of feel like you guys should be knocking out a lot of pages now. I'm still going to want 4 pages, but you can sort of break it up a little bit. So maybe you do some smaller studies of humans from life. Oh, this drives me crazy. And really focus on, like, can I break this down? That person's sitting there. Can I really just break it down really simply? Can I break that down into a wedge shape and then build my shoe into it a little bit? This is going to come out, blah, blah, blah. Can I go, can I, you know, push that hat a little bit? You know, just do these really simple, small little breakdown stylization. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Just based on what people are doing. Like maybe I can break this down into like, right?
Right.
So really simple. You know, because that's going to take you hopefully to another level of really starting to really simplify into this, okay? And start getting you closer to, you know, this foot feels like it could be kind of, I could get it just right. Yeah, like walking a little bit. If I can get that place just right, I could get her walking a little bit. And these would be yoga pants. Shopper. Right?
Yes.
Okay, you guys. So I want a little mix up this time. You can do, and you can do a few of these. I don't want to do everything from, but I don't think it's bad to go and find some photos that just really pushed, you know, like that Earth's World's a good one, or anywhere where you're finding, you know, Sartorialist is a pretty good one. I'll put those up. And just see what you can kind of start to, how you can start to break down the shape a little bit. And the only reason I'm saying a little bit of photography is okay is that's frozen and you can hopefully really hone in on the shapes. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
You see how I need to have this skill to, like, if I was going to storyboard?
Yeah.
Because like this scene I just did right here, I go, okay, this is the scene where she's coming out of the mall. And look, I got a bunch of bags. I got a lot of stuff in the bags. And then you just put a little sale sign back there and a store door opening. Boom, I'm done with that scene. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna let you guys go. Let me make sure. I want to do one more screen grab. Hang on. And of course, it went back over to this side again.
So you never specified this, but so do you want us to do like a minimum of 4 pages?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
I would say let's try and do at least. Look, I want you to get this concept down. So yeah, I want observational drawing, but I kind of want you to concentrate on this idea of really simplification and pushing shapes. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
And the reason that I'm kind of being here and there about it, because some people are like, hey, I'm still getting a handle on people. But I do think even if you're still getting a handle on people, you could do these very simple shape breakdowns, because I think it's really going to help you with scene. It'll take you hopefully to another level of scene. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes,
let's
sir.
do 4 pages, but I want a lot of breakdowns and stylization. Okay, and the breakdowns, by the way, could just be really simple breakdowns, sort of more like I'm doing. I mean, I push this guy a little bit here, but not that hard. You know, you could just do pretty straight breakdowns, and I'm cool with that. Okay, I mean, all I really did with him is screw around his face a little and elongate his hat and stuff like that. And then her, you know, yeah, she stylized a little bit, but not hugely. Okay, so you can step into this, you know, gradually. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Okay, so I
Yep.
want to make sure I'm being clear. I don't want, you know, to be vague or whatever. Okay, everybody's clear, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
It feels like you guys are. It feels like you guys are understanding everything pretty well. I'm gonna, as soon as I'm putting together a book list for Megan. So as soon as I do that, I'll put it up for everybody. I'll try and find some. I'll put up the ones we just looked at. Tally Chick and Ian Abondo. I'll try and find a few more sources because somebody was asking about that earlier. I'll get the video up and I'll get caught up on the grading. Hopefully by everything by tomorrow. Yeah?
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
You're doing a good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good
Thanks, Mike.
Bye.
Have a good day.
Have a good day.
Go out and draw.
Yeah.